We really want to kick off letting loose because we are caring about collaboration for impact and getting to really engage. And oh, you're wondering, who are these two bald people at the front talking to us? My name is Salome Ayugi. I also serve at an entrepreneur organization called Synapis as the Kenya country manager. And I'm ably supported by...
Good morning. Good morning. If you can see me, right hand up. If you can hear me, left hand up. If none of the above, both hands up. Good.
Some people need ear checkup here.
They need ear checkup.
Yeah.
Good. I am Joe Mukoko, co-founder African MSME Collective, a business support organization, and I'm happy to be here with you for the next 2 days.
Great. So we just wanted to at least kick off. We know that we are about 10 to 15 minutes off, but we're going to catch up with time. So this is just to give you all a very warm welcome. But before we get into the nitty-gritties of the day, we have Able Security here, the lead, Mr. Bernard, who's going to just walk us through a brief security briefing, because you're very VIP people, right? We have to make sure that everything is taken care of, security is taken care of. So I'll just invite Bernard to give a security briefing.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to our ceremony. My name is Bernard. I'm part of the hotel security. The venue where you have your meeting, we call it Mara Ballroom. This is our main hall. When it comes to safety, it's well taken care of. The hall has firefighting equipment in case maybe we have a small fire and we are able to fight it. We can't be able to reach the extinguishers where they are and fight the fire. At the far corner, we have an extinguisher, which is on the wall. There is also another one on this other corner. So if you are able to use it, you can reach and fight the fire. In case that we have an emergency and you don't know how to use the fire, we are not advised you shout fire, fire. Stand up. The exit point is behind the doors. That's exit point. Immediately outside, you turn right, some few steps ahead. On the left-hand side, we have a red door, which will lead you to the staircase to the ground floor. Out of the hotel to the parking area, that's where we have our assembly point. In the case of an emergency, and there is an instruction from the management that we all move from here. It might be any kind of emergency. That is the route to follow out of this place. In such cases, we are not supposed to use elevators. Never should you be tempted to use the elevator so that you can reach the ground floor faster. So that's the first point. The second one, our tea station during tea time, you will have it outside. During lunchtime, we'll have our lunch at third floor, Acacia Restaurant. We'll use the elevators outside. We'll take you to third floor. In terms of security, the hotel is well taken care of. We have armed police who are 24/7, so your security is well taken care of. We have outsourced team who are taking care of our perimeter while monitoring the outer part of the hotel, and also we do have internal who are taking care of the internal part of it. During lunchtime, I know some of us will leave their bags behind, laptops. We will have some of our team members to monitor them. But if you can be able to carry your item, it's good you go with them. Because whenever there is a big number, it's always good that we also be part of the security. So we need also to be vigilant. In a case, maybe there's a need for medical attention. The hotel has a hotel clinic with a clinical officer from 8 in the morning all the way to 5 in the evening. So maybe if there is that need, The organizer will liaise with us. We'll move in to give the necessary assistance. But in a case maybe there's a need, we move somebody from here to outside. We also have rings with hospitals, which are some few kilometers from here, Nairobi West and Mata. So, washrooms, out of the door, turn right. At the far end, you turn right again. That's where we have washrooms for ladies and gents. With those few remarks, I wish you all the best. We will be part of you until the end of the event. So feel safe, feel secure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. So as you can see, a lot of precaution has been taken to make sure that this is a safe space. So if you feel like you have any additional concerns that haven't been captured, you can speak to either any of the people you're seeing on stage here, and we have ushers more or less next to every exit in case of any concern. Thank you, Bernard.
Tumpigie makofi.
Kofi.
Sally, as I like calling you, what are you looking forward to for the next 2 days?
The next 2 days. I'd say obviously networking. We were just joking that it's a very small ecosystem, a small entrepreneurship ecosystem. But there are a lot of faces here that I haven't seen at an ASSEK event before. So I want to leave with each of your cards, or at least scanning the QR codes, because we care about climate and we're saving trees, right? Yes, yeah. For me, it's definitely networking. And dancing. I will make you people dance. So get ready. Get ready, especially as we gear up for the gala tomorrow.
You have already started making us dance. So who knows the theme for this year's conference? Anyone bold enough?
We'll give you leakage.
Oh,
it is right behind us. It is right behind
Catherine's
us.
hand is up, and not everyone can see. So what is it, Catherine?
Tech team, do we have a microphone that can be passed to Catherine at the back?
Grace, could we have some assistance with the mic? Thank you.
You know what? Time and tide wait for no man. We need to chap chap.
Thank you very much. The theme for this year is collaboration for impact.
Great. Round of applause for her. Collaboration for impact. So this saying that no man is an island, we will put it into practice at this event. I know all of us have goals that we have when we were setting, when we wanted to come for this event. And this event is 2 whole days, as I had told you, because I've seen people on Google, Outlook, replying their emails. Let's try as much as possible to maximize the time that we have here to come out much more enriched than we came in.
Thank you. And as we prepare to bring on board our chairman, we had some hashtags.
Exactly. So we have been kind enough to print them on the screens. The first one you can see is collaboration for impact. And because ASSEK annual conference is such a name, took the liberty to shorten it. So to have that tag, it's going to be AAS 2020. So we know you people, just as I'd said, you're senior people, managers, CEOs. We know no one here has a Nokia 3310, right? Everybody here has a smartphone. We really, really want you to maximize the opportunity to take lots of photos. Luckily, we also have a very able media team that's going to be sharing a lot of photos online, so you can also feel free to repost.
Thank you. A round of applause for Sally and making us feel comfortable.
Exactly. So then we are now going to get into the opening of the conference. So I'd like to invite David Cheboriot, the chairperson of ASSEK, to come and give the plenary opening. Let's encourage him as he's coming to the stage.
Hamjambo. Just thanking you for encouraging me to get here, right? So I'll actually read my speech. Good. Dr. Tony Omwanza, CEO of the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and this thing has gone to another level now, right? I know you'll be telling us about it. Philip Maitha is a project coordinator of KIEP at the Ministry of Investment and Trade and Industry. Probably he's not here yet, but he will be here. Policymakers, development partners, all right. Policymakers, development partners, corporate sponsors, startups, innovators, fellow ecosystem leaders. You know, here we have CEOs and founders of hubs, right? And we are really very proud of them. There are quite a number here. And we're also getting messages that some are on the way. So we acknowledge you. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. So I'm honored to welcome you to the ASSEK Annual Conference and Innovation Awards Gala 2024 that will run in the next 2 days. We gather under the theme, Collaboration for Impact, economic empowerment to address unemployment and promote sustainable innovation. This event is more than just a conference, and I hope you'll really agree in the next 2 days, right? It is a moment to align, empower, and propel Kenya's entrepreneurial ecosystem into the future with a focus on collaboration. We are just underlining this word, collaboration, as the foundation for sustainable economic growth. We are also here to celebrate and award the entrepreneurial ecosystem actors through the various ASSEK Innovations Awards that we will be availing tomorrow evening at the Gala. And really, why are we here? Kenya stands at a critical juncture. Our entrepreneurial ecosystem is vibrant, but still fragmented. And I know many of you could agree to that, right? Leading to missed opportunities for growth, innovation, and impact. The other point, startup and SMEs, while they are quite innovative, face a lot of challenges. That's why they hop from one program to another. I think most of us can agree to that. We've had innovators and they're telling you, I was already in 3 or 4 other incubation or acceleration programs, and often shifting priorities and struggling to scale. We are also evolving in terms of policy. I was sitting there a bit with Dr. Omwanza, right? And he was speaking about the startup bill and act that is about to come through, right? So we are evolving. Our policy environment is evolving. But the reality is that with our youth bulge, a large population of young, talented individuals, they are really feeling the weight of the economic challenge and unemployment. That's just a fact. Opportunities. And all of us here are actually entrepreneurs. That's why we even started our own hubs or supporting other hubs. So entrepreneurial support organizations, ESOs, have actually increased their outreach to reach marginalized entrepreneurs beyond the urban cities and strengthen local ecosystems, and actually championing the national economic agenda. As ASSEK, we have members coming all the way from Wajir, Lamu. In this case, I don't know whether Nyeri is out of the frontier, but we almost now have from all over the country, right? So it means we are really trying to reach everyone. Then development partners are increasingly recognize the vital role of enterprise support organizations, ESOs, and umbrellas of ESOs like ASSEK, right? Who are nurturing sustainable businesses. And also, investors are looking at Kenya as a hub for innovation and talent. That's also another fact. And with a rapidly digitizing economy, we have the tools to create inclusive growth, enhance public delivery, and drive socioeconomic development. So we are really calling you to action, right? We need a unified ecosystem. And today, I stand before you with just a simple message that is also urgent. We need to consolidate a consolidated collaborative ecosystem which has a shared vision. So no single organization, government, or investor can address all the challenges that we are all facing. And by working together, sharing data, aligning priorities, and fostering strategic partnerships, we can unlock the untapped potential for our nation's innovators and entrepreneurs. And so all of us have a role to play. And so government have a role to play, private sector have a role to play, ESOs like ourselves have a role to play. And if I have to think or single out the different roles, right? So government, and we have government officials here, your role is to catalyze innovation. Your role in catalyzing innovation is critical. And by creating a supportive policy environment, offering incentives, and investing in infrastructure, you can unlock the potential for startup and SMEs to thrive and have an economic transformation. Private sector and investors, and for sure some are also in the room, your capital, your mentorship, your availability to create market access are essential for scaling the startups and the scale-ups that you're working with. So the return on investment is not just financial, it is to have a thriving, resilient economy that benefits all. To development partners and academia, and I've seen some members of the academia, your research, funding, and expertise can help us innovate sustainably and inclusively, ensuring that no one is left behind in our journey towards economic empowerment. And to the enterprise support organizations, who are the majority in the room, we are actually nurturing the startups and scale-ups within our various entrepreneurial ecosystems and literally giving them a lifeline and acting as their launching pad. That's our critical role. And just to underline a bit the role of digital transformation, right? So one of the key enablers for all the things that we are speaking about is digital transformation. And digital solutions improve public service delivery, enhance market access, and drive financial inclusion. And so by embracing digitization, we can create new industries, equip youth with future-ready skills, and ensure that Kenya remains a leader in the global innovation landscape. So what's our vision for the future as ASSEK? We envision a future where entrepreneurs thrive in a supportive ecosystem that provides the resources, networks, and policies needed for sustainable growth. Also a future where unemployment is tackled through the creation of innovative and scalable business that offer dignified livelihoods. And also a future that is driven by or backed by sustainability and innovation, where these are not just buzzwords. I think we use them in all the conversations that we attend, but are the very foundation of our economic strategy. So, as we embark on this journey over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, I urge each of you to share your insights and contribute to the dialogues and workshops. I know you've already started doing this, from taking coffee in the morning. These conversations are already starting to happen. Seek out partnerships. So if you don't have a contact or a partnership with someone, create it. Book that next appointment that will happen after tomorrow, right? Collaborate with someone new to drive innovation and scale. Then let's really advocate for good policies that promote entrepreneurship and economic empowerment. And together we can build a resilient, innovative, and an all-inclusive country. So in closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude One, to our esteemed members who remain resilient and adaptable to the ever-changing economic landscape. This year has been a bit tough, but we are remaining resilient, right? So gratitude to you. Our sponsors and partners who made and are making this event possible and have been part of the evolution of ASSEK. So I'm singling some of them out. The Ministry for Trade and Industry, the Kenya Innovation Agency, the Ministry of Cooperatives, and micro and small medium enterprises development. The county governments, where we've had a lot of engagements. So the county government of Kilifi, Nairobi, Kiambu, Kwale, and we are coming to the other county governments, but these are the ones we've done some work with them this year. GIZ in Kenya and also in East Africa, we've done some work with you this year. World Bank, actually we know they're the ones funding the Kiev project, right? The UNDP in Kenya, Fair Trade Africa, Data for Now, GovTech Global Alliance, AAR, Wild International, Jasiri, E4 Impact, Little Cab, and Jubilee Insurance, right? Those are some of the institutions that have put a bit of money to today and tomorrow's event. The startup and SMEs who continue to inspire us with their resilience and innovation. The ASSEK board, and a lot of our board members are here. Just wave. Those are the ones who are here today. There's some coming in the afternoon. There's some coming tomorrow. And the management of ASSEK, led by Mercy, our CEO, and your team, Simon, Brian, Edith. We're grateful to the work that you're doing. And to each of you who is present here, the leaders, policymakers, investors, and change makers, for your commitment to building a better future for Kenya. Let us remember that collaboration is not just an option, it is a necessity. Together, we can drive impact, empower our people, and create a legacy of sustainable innovation. And so it's actually now my singular duty to declare the ASSEK Conference and Innovation Awards Gala 2024 officially open. Thank you, and let's make this conference a success. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, thank you. Officially open. Can we get a harder round of applause? Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, David. So as David is coming off of the stage, just to briefly walk you through how we're going to spend our time before our tea break. So we've officially opened the conference, so now it's on. And one really interesting thing about this conference, it's not one of those conferences where it's, what's the phrase? Death by PowerPoint. That's not the kind of vibe that you're going to get from this conference. We're really mixing things up. So of course there are keynotes. As you heard, we're also going to have a number of panel discussions, ESO spotlights. So we're going to keep you active. And then Salome will keep you dancing. I guarantee you that. So this is something that is going to be very engaging for the next 2 days. So after more or less the two panel speakers that I'm going to call on, we're going to have a panel discussion, and after that an ESO spotlight, and then we will get into tea break by 10:45. So since you haven't had your tea, I won't overload your brains with the program of the whole day. I'll be doing this more or less session by session. All right, so we've heard that we need a consolidated ecosystem with a shared, and ASSEK plays a really big role. So I'll call Mercy Kimalat, the CEO of ASSEK, just to walk us through the role of ASSEK in really strengthening ecosystem cohesion through collaboration for impact. Welcome, Mercy. Let's clap for her as she comes on stage.
Good morning. Good morning, how are you? So when she talked about death by PowerPoint, I think she was singling me out because I actually have a PowerPoint. Yeah.
The last one of the day.
Or the last one of the first and last
of the day.
Wonderful. So I think you can cue it. Yes, thank you so much. I stand on the protocols that have already been established, and I'm really standing here so grateful to see each and every one of you coming together for this convening under one theme, which is collaboration for impact. And I have the honor of just sharing with you why ASSEK is actually playing that critical role and how each and every one of you is part of this dear network. So my name is Masi Kimalat. I'm the CEO for ASSEK, and ASSEK stands for the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. We were founded in 2018, but really the idea was birthed back in 2015. So it's really been a journey that we have walked through this entire period, and we want to take recognizance of who we are and what we've done so far. As an association, we bring together all entrepreneur support organizations or any entity that is supporting a startup and SME in their entire life cycle in their entrepreneurship journey. So whether you're thinking of an idea, whether you're commercializing your solution, whether you're starting your business, or whether to scale and grow, our members are actually able to support you in that entire journey. As an association, we've been able to consolidate our mandate around the 4 pillars, and one of them is policy and advocacy, looking at how can we as a network, as a collective voice, be able to champion for an inclusive and more vibrant ecosystem. Why is that? There are so many reports that say that SMEs are the backbone of the economy, but where really do they fit in the value chain of receiving funding, capacity building, or even linkages to markets? If you look at how the startup ecosystem has evolved, Kenya is second ranking in Africa, but really we should be the top 100 innovation cities in the world. Why? Startups are changing how we access a service or even how we deliver goods and services to different customers, but also bringing in more people into the economic value chain. And that is the work that we try to do at policy level, where we work with government, regulatory bodies, and even development partners to help shape guidelines that can frame that ecosystem that we need. The second one is collaboration. We cannot do this on our own. As ASSEK, we've been able to partner with more than 50 partners around the ecosystem, not only in Kenya, but even across the world, to be able to devolve resources, funding, and even opportunities that can create linkages for all, not only our members, but even for the startups and SMEs to leverage on. The other one is looking at internationalization. Simply put, how do we access markets, or looking at route to market? Here we're able to establish different partnerships to effectively position Kenya as a gateway into the eastern and southern region, but at the same time also being able to deploy our solutions to a global market to serve the larger needs of the global ecosystem. And then finally is looking at capacity building. How can we ensure that every trainer, coach, and mentor is equipped with updated tools and skills to be able to actualize and support startups to adapt and remain resilient? Our membership spans across 150 entrepreneur support organizations in Kenya. And the good news that also this year we've been able to scale into 7 East African countries where we are actually supporting local associations as well as the regional hubs to be able to build their capacity. So some of the sectors that they are leading on are agriculture and sustainable livelihoods. We have manufacturing, we have health and biosciences, there's the e-mobility, there's affordable housing, there's the education technology, there's technology and ICT, and also the maker spaces. If I can just touch on the maker spaces, because I know tomorrow we'll have a panel discussion, is really looking at how can we support our hardware or even manufacturing sector to ensure that we are also powering innovation from that lens. Looking at the essence of today's meeting is looking at collaboration for impact. Now, there's something that the chairman had mentioned about how do we have a thriving and resilient ecosystem that can actually adapt to the global, regional, and even Kenyan shocks, whether it is a policy change, whether it is a funding constraint, or even whether it's adapting to the emerging consumer trends. We can only be able to come out of these challenges through this kind of a framework. If you're looking at collaboration, there are critical pillars that have to be there. The first thing is having a shared vision. And by that I mean, as ASSEK, we are the leading voice in terms of championing for enterprise development in Kenya and across East Africa region. So therefore, we collectively champion one voice and one vision that we aim to achieve. The second one is having a community. A community is defined by certain values. For us, we believe in the purpose of transparency, there's ethics and integrity, and also there is enterprising, meaning we actually translate every challenge into an emerging economic opportunity. And that's what makes entrepreneurship different from just running a business. And we are also able to embed innovation to accelerate your growth and champion for that. But when we come together collectively, we can leverage resources and grow as a community. The third pillar with the collaboration for impact is capacity building and strengthening. How can we be able to update our tools, techniques, and resources to be able to ensure that we remain resilient and only build the capacity not only for those in the urban areas, but also touching on the peri-urban and also rural communities. The other key important pillar is the convenings for leveraging on resources. The time has come when resources have become quite strained. Therefore, how can we leverage existing platforms to connect with other people and even share talent, share opportunities, and even leverage on existing partners where you can thrive and scale as your own individual business? And the final one that really holds everything together is having a clear structure and a process. As ASSEK, we've been able to set up different pillars and also different working groups that are working on different sector thematic areas to be able to address those kind of issues. And with that, we're building a legacy organization that can outlive both David and myself in terms of operational excellence for the association. So some of the impact that we've been able to achieve over the period of time is reaching more than 20,000 participants, not only in Kenya, but also across Africa. And also looking at the number of enterprise support organizations, 170 have been reached. Capacity building we've done for 150 ESOs, and that translates to more than 300 innovation leaders, managers, coaches, and trainers. And also been able to see a 15% increase in membership, where now our value proposition is being strengthened over time as we build this collaboration for impact. And of course, looking at the inclusion metric, we've been able to include 12% into the economic value chain. We've also been able to increase our metric in terms of female participation, not only in attending events, but actually earning directly from the different initiatives, and of course, not leaving men behind because they're very important, and we still continue to engage them at 54%. So a snapshot of some of the things that we've been able to do under the policy pillar. The key thing is looking at the finance bill. Please don't salimia me. But been able to tackle the finance bill both at hosting public participation dialogues, meeting with the parliamentary committee, and also producing memoranda that you can also access on our website. The other one that we continue to champion for is the Startup Bill 2022, and I hope Dr. Mwansa can talk on that one, but it's been a journey that we've been walking through over time. The other one also is looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. These are African frameworks that ASSEK is plugging in the Kenyan ecosystem to tap on and to access regionally. And also hosting different regional town halls to really foster collaboration at a local county level that can feed into the national level. Also looking at the Corporate Tribunal 2022 Forum, and also hosting a business compliance workshop. So a snapshot also looking at the interventions. We've been able to roll out the agriculture toolkit that has been adopted in 4 counties, and also segregating that in terms of gender. We've also been able to do business planning support, also devolution. We have been engaging with the Council of Governors to see how we can devolve our enterprise support organizations to work very closely with every county government to actualize their CIPDs. And that is an ongoing discussion that is turning into a partnership. And then, of course, we have energy policy frameworks. We cannot live without energy. How we all got here, whether it was an EV vehicle, whether it was diesel powered. We all need energy for transportation, but even also, and most importantly, to birth the manufacturing sector. And ASSEK has been able to champion in those 4 key areas in every policy discussion. So looking at the capacity building initiatives, I don't need to read all that, but just looking at the focus is looking at how we've been able to go to the 6 regional blocks and build capacity for more than 300 innovation leaders. We've also been able to support ESO's transition to digitization, looking at their business planning, looking at their financial management, how they track impact, and even more so how they connect with their community of entrepreneurs, therefore building up on their capacity. Also looking at emerging trends such as agri-circularity, whereby we leave no waste unturned, especially in the agriculture sector that Kenya is really thriving in. And then also looking at MSME Olympiad. And here we had a practical session where we supported 150 SMEs access the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement opportunities, where they were able to leverage and access markets in other countries. A quick snapshot looking at our regional program that we recently ran this year. It was in partnership with 7 hubs across East Africa, where we had every country represented. And so we partnered with E4Impact, which was in Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda as well. And then we had a CLIS hub that is based in Burundi. We had the Next hub that is based in Tanzania. We had Connecta hub that was based in South Sudan. And finally, Sinolu hub that was based in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And there were some things that were very interesting that came up that I just want to share with you as outputs. So we recently conducted a study looking at how the youth enterprises actually view entrepreneurship and whether they would actually see that as an emerging economic opportunity. And what we were able to do was, one, conduct a program kickoff where we had the 7 countries participate in the launch of the program. We managed to get more than 1,000 applications that came in. And as we did that as well, we actually formed a regional cooperation framework with all those 7 hubs. And now we are also bringing in the Tanzania Startup Association, the Startup Uganda Association, and many others that will join in terms of strengthening that collaboration. And also looking at how the enterprises were supported, the 7 hubs were able to execute directly in those countries by, one, providing 7 capacity building programs. We had mentorship sessions with industry, so we brought in IBM, Microsoft, and other stakeholders who are able to actually share different tools and will also be able to see how they can offtake the different innovations from the startups, and then also hosting a regional pitch competition in every country where we're able again to convene different partners such as the GIZ, we had UNDP, we also had World Food Program, and many other different partners that really showed interest in supporting the youth enterprise development across the region. And of course, finally, we concluded the program by having a regional study tour where we had the participants attend a 7-day study tour, both in Kenya and Rwanda, to see how they can tap into different opportunities where they can actually access all that. So the first picture that you're seeing at the top is all the different hubs and the different partners really showing what collaboration looks like and how we can come together as an ecosystem. A key player that we brought in was academia. I don't know if you know about Inter-University Council of East Africa, but it's an umbrella body that brings together all high educational institutions and also TVETs across the 8 countries in EAC. And so we're able to partner with them to widen our reach and also bring in innovation hubs to work very closely with academia. And then also we're able to bring in different government players so that we have the Ken Invest Authority and many other partners such as KRA and many others to support these young startups to start and commercialize their business with a lens of also compliance, and also being able to visit different offices such as the UNDP to learn about the different programmings where they can tap into. A snapshot of our partnerships, we have partnered with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and that has been a partnership that we've had for more than 4 years, and we've worked together both at the Kenya Innovation Week, that have always been leading the Startup Summit, and also plugging into the policy framework of looking at how we can develop national guidelines for what an innovation ecosystem should look like as well. We also partnered with GIZ and the European Union, looking at how we can really enhance our policy framework by hosting different regional town halls and also compliance workshops. We also partnered with IUCEA and GIZ, looking at how we can upskill the faculty in universities with entrepreneurship and innovation training, so that as they build their curriculum, we are definitely having solid pipeline that is coming into the ecosystem. A snapshot looking at We Do Africa, where we're able to tap into diaspora. So Kenyans living in the diaspora were able to channel more than 1 million euros that have supported SMEs across Kenya in terms of resource to start their business, to grow, and even get the necessary equipment that have helped them to scale. Another key partner is the Global Alliance Improve Nutrition. I'm glad to see we have a representative here. And with that, we're able to embed nutrition lens in every agriculture or every agri-food business, so that not only are we supporting SMEs to thrive, but we're also building a healthy nation. And finally, looking at Fair Trade Africa, that has convened multiple, I think more than 1,000 cooperatives across Kenya and also worldwide, where we embed the best standardization principles, so that as you're also thinking about exporting, you actually have the Fair Trade certification mark that can actually help you fetch a higher price in itself. A snapshot on internationalization is partnering with the GITEX global event that happens normally in Morocco and also in Dubai. And also we partnered with Zayed Sustainability Prize, where most of Kenyan startups and even ESOs have been able to tap into those opportunities. Of course, we have the SunCalp Forum Summit that also is happening next year, where we are convening global investors right here in Kenya. And that also increases linkages in the ecosystem, and also strengthening regional and global partnerships. So looking at our membership growth, because it's very important, we've been able to support more than 20,000 actors across the entrepreneurship sector, and also looking at how we can build the capacity of members to support the local grass communities. We always need to remember that innovation happens right where the challenge is. It doesn't happen only in the rural city. And I'll shock you and say that even Nairobi in itself is also marginalized. And that is why we have a panel where we have some of our members who will share what they're doing in the informal settlements and working with refugees to build businesses that can scale and also grow. Our future outlook for 2025 will be looking at how can we support cross-border collaborations, looking at funding access, and also global showcase for our members as well. Looking at our partners, so we have diversified partners in our ecosystem, and we always value them. So we have, for example, the Ministry of Trade and Investments and Industry, we have the Lake Regional Economic Bloc, we have KONZA, and also we have the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Government plays a very critical role when it comes to building the ecosystem. And for us, it's very important when it comes to policy engagement, but also looking at funding and how that can be channeled to the startups and SMEs, and also recognizing the role that entrepreneur support organizations play. We also partner with development partners, not only in Kenya, but also across the East Africa region and also globally. We also have partners and other associations, and we are glad to also be hosting AfriLabs tomorrow, who will now be able to bring in the lens of African outlook and how Kenyan ecosystem can really play a key role in growing in that. And also we have academia. We cannot leave academia behind, and also want to recognize our university innovation hubs that are also present here with us. And of course, media is very important because they help to create awareness and dissemination for the output. The final call I'll make is just to say that you have come at the opportune time where things are really changing and adapting. But my call to you is that do not do it alone. The purpose of a community and the purpose of a network is to ensure that as you journey in your own entrepreneurship journey, whether you're an ESO, an investor, academician, or even in government, there's always a community and a home that you can call ASSEK, and you can plug into our existing infrastructure to be able to help you really scale your impact. So thank you so much, everyone, and we really are glad to host you for this year's conference today. Asante sana.
So before Mercy leaves the stage, just as she is preparing to introduce our keynote, some of the some of the things we've heard are that it's key to not do it alone. And you know, humans, we are creatures of habit. How many people are sitting next to someone they know? And don't say, oh, but Salome, you said the ecosystem is small. You went to that table because you know that face. You went to that table because you saw them at breakfast and went to network with them, and then you came back in. I'll challenge you, especially when we're getting into the tea break, for you to sit, not to sit, but at least make sure you speak to someone that you don't know. And because we're creatures of habit, I know tomorrow, Joram will sit right there. Catherine will sit right there. Victor will sit right over there. Victor, you're looking aside. I'm saying you. We're creatures of habit. So let's also try and get out of our comfort zones, because those are some of the things that will really enable us to see how best to collaborate. Yes, so we'll transition into the next session. I'll now leave it to Mercy to introduce our keynote.
Thank you, Salome. So allow me then to introduce our speaker for the day, our keynote speaker today, who will be able to share about us. But before he comes, I'd like to read his bio. There's a lot that Dr. Tony has done that we cannot even see, you know. I'm normally one of those people who are very guilty texting him late in the evening, and I get almost 3 paragraphs of, Mercy, we need to do this and the other one. So it's really an honor to have you here and being part of our ecosystem as well. So Dr. Tony Omwansa is the Chief Executive Officer at the Kenya National Innovation Agency. He's the author of Money Real Quick. He holds, which is it's part of the Kenya's disruptive mobile money innovation. So if you want to know about Pesa Mingi, please see Daktari for his book. He holds a PhD in information systems, in which he has researched on the adoption of mobile financial services at the base of the pyramid in Kenya. Besides consultancy in technology issues, he has conducted extensive research in mobile transactions in Africa and published various reports, including the use of airtime, transfers, mobile banking, virtual currencies, as well as regulation of mobile transactions. His research interests are in the design, adoption, and impact of low-cost technologies in developing countries. His various research assignments have been commissioned by the organizations such as GSMA, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and the Economic Commission of Africa. He's a recipient of the prestigious Bellagio Fellowship from the Rockefeller Foundation, where he worked on the book on mobile money that was published in 2012. He's a member of ASSEK, IEE, and has served as a member of the Presidential Task Force on Digitization of the Kenyan government. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Bwana Tony Omwansa to the stage, and let's give him a round of applause, because he really champions for the innovation ecosystem.
Good morning, friends. You know, people you work with, like you go to church and then you say, good morning, church, you know. You know, it's because you're your brothers and sisters, you know, like people you live together and do different things together. So you have that common understanding. And when you pull together, you see yourself making a lot of progress. So really great morning to be here. I can see many friends and many people we've worked together, whether in academia, in industry, in development work. And so it's really humbling that we're able to pull together from government, from academia, and so on and so forth. So representatives, of course, of government, as I've been told, some of them supported by different projects, representatives from World Bank, the chair of the association of ASSEK, whom I've physically met today. I mean, we are always in touch electronically. Of course, the CEO of ASSEK as well. Board members, at least I'm told there are a number of board members in the room. Really great to connect. Then their fellow CEOs. We all carry this role of being accounting officers in various organizations. And then there are many representatives hear from private sector, from ESOs, and so on and so forth. So really great morning, and thanks for being here. You know, on Monday last week, I had an opportunity to participate in a launch of University of Nairobi Innovation Park that is being built. And the keynote speaker, who was the chair, or no, he's not the chair, he's actually the chancellor of the university. He just started his remarks by saying, no jobs, weak skills, and a sense of hopelessness. Then he paused for a little while, repeated the same thing, and then said, Your Excellency. And then he went on with speech. And that thing has stuck in my mind for a while, in terms of what is it that he's trying to fix within his space as a chancellor of supporting University of Nairobi. And on Wednesday, the head of state came to the Kenya Innovation Week and officially opened it. And I had a chance to brief him in advance and give him a sense of some of the things we're doing. And of course, as some of you might know, he made a conclusion that he needed to elevate the innovation agency from a state department in a ministry to the office of the president. I've gone through 3-4 days of reflecting what exactly does that mean. He didn't warn me, so I didn't know. I was also caught off guard. But at least we had spent some time, you know, he grasps things quickly. So, you know, you try to summarize yourself very, very fast. And so I gave him a few pointers that I believe led to that decision. And so we've been going through the motions of how to ensure we put the structures properly. We articulate the mandate and what is that we're going to deliver as a second pillar. And thirdly is that we mobilize the resources we need, both human and financial, to deliver on these aspirations. That's what I'm going through. Those are the motions I'm going through, talking to a lot of people and being guided. But I can give some assurance that I think it is an incredible opportunity that we have as a national innovation and startup ecosystem. I think that morning has arrived. That morning that many of us have dreamed about being able to coordinate ourselves even more effectively, enhance the standards, raise the competitiveness, think through the systems around the pipeline. That comes from the education system, the programs that we run, the synergies, and the collaboration that we're talking about here today, and the potential impact that we can create. I think that morning has arrived. I think it is that opportunity to sort out our clusters as we potentially can. That is the opportunity to interconnect the various efforts of different ministries and different institutions that are supporting this space. That opportunity to attract more resources to support our ESOs as they drive different agendas in their local ecosystems. And I'm here to also ask you on an individual basis to give recommendations of what is this that we can do leveraging the infrastructure that now we have. That infrastructure is not for me. I've only been championing these efforts from a one-man show in September 2020 until I lost a lot of my hair. And up to this point, all I was just trying to do is raise this agenda to the highest level possible. And now we've got that opportunity. And I'm therefore want to leverage ASSEK to receive ideas. I've already pitched a little bit to the people supporting high schools. Give me highlights of the things that we can now use this opportunity to amplify and handle and sort out. One classic example, I just had a call yesterday with the chair of Parliamentary Committee of Social Protection around the startup bill. This morning, I just got another call from the chair of ICT and Innovation around the startup bill and funding and so on and so forth. So we've got opportunities to line up a number of things while the window is still open. Then we can enhance the sustainability of what we are doing. So the Innovation Agency, back to basics, was set up to develop and manage the National System of Innovation. Act of Parliament established as a semi-autonomous institution that is governed by an independent board, supported by government, is attracting resources from government, but also is able to attract funding from as many partners as possible. We came up with the strategic priorities, 2 issues of commercialization, and here is where we think there is a lot of potential in the academic ecosystem, research, TVETs, for commercial value based on the outputs and ideas that emerge from those communities. Pillar number one. And in that case, we think through issues of infrastructure, policy, funding, incentives, and so on and so forth. And the second pillar has largely been the startup ecosystem. Being a young institution, we haven't spent a lot of time on the startup economy dimension, but we've done a lot of work in the commercialization pillar. And a couple of months ago, we started mainstreaming our efforts on the startup ecosystem. And part of the reason why, for me, I had to be here. I had to be here. It doesn't matter what's happening elsewhere. I have a lot of calls and things happening, but I had to be here. Why? Because our ability as an innovation agency to deliver well on the startup agenda is going to be significantly dependent on the works of ASSEK. Because we don't innovate. And at the same time, I can't talk to 1,000 innovators and startups that are out there. We have to kind of channel ourselves through some vehicles. That's why we've done an amazing job with the universities, because we ended up organizing a network of vice chancellors who help push the agenda to the thousands and thousands of young people and researchers and faculties. So I see us working a lot closely together, especially now that we are beginning to mainstream this agenda. We are in the recruiting phase. Who come and evaluate you, and they can declare you redundant within the same government. So you have to align very well. But we've gone through those motions to the point now we really have many things working our way. So there's going to be a whole directorate that is going to champion the startup agenda. Be it infrastructure, be it funding, be it policy issues, that I think we finally got a framework for it. I must commend the work of ASSEK over time, energizing us, coordinating us, and the impact, of course, just as the CEO and the chair presented, is obvious that the sense of direction is very clear, and the impact can already be felt, and I couldn't be to do. I think let's appreciate. It wasn't as simple. I know. I remember Robert now, who is my board member over there, was a chair of ASSEK at one point in time, and sometimes he used to say, am I the CEO or am I ASSEK, the chair? Those issues, we've gone through them, and I relate to the issues of ASSEK, and that's more why we empathize with each other and try to support ourselves, to move forward. A little bit about the master plan. I just kind of came up with this idea and then rallied the team internally, convinced the board that we need to work towards some kind of a structure that becomes a yardstick. It doesn't define too many things, but it gives us a sense of a yardstick of where some of our priorities should be as forms of input to a national system of innovation. It's the skills that then enable us to deliver. Secondly, it's around access to infrastructure. What is infrastructure? To somebody else, it's a lab. To somebody else, it's an association. Right? somebody else, it's a technology transfer office. And to somebody else, is a makerspace. To somebody else, is a network. Right? So, for example, now we're building a network of Pan-African innovation agencies. We've built a network of entrepreneur institutions, in this case, institutions of higher learning, and we are moving into TVETs next year. We're beginning to work on clusters. It's one of the expectations of my board come January, ensuring that we are mainstreaming where we are strong. We are exploiting where we are strong. Infrastructure is something as how well do we capture our data and track. That's an infrastructural issue. That's pillar number 2. Third is access to funding. Resources that we need at different levels of maturity of technology. It's one thing to have research funding. It's another thing to have commercialization grants that help you to overcome the challenges of an early stage idea. And it's another thing to make sure that private sector is connected. For me, in my maturity levels of TRL 7, 8, and 9, for me to scale my startup. And ensuring that this is, I know where it's available. We had a big debate during the Innovation Week about access to funding on the Friday. I had a Vice Chancellor and Victor, Vice Chancellor of Riara and Victor on one end saying there's insufficient funding, and Sheena on the other side and Vilgro on the other side arguing that there's sufficient funding. And it was an amazing debate. And then we crowned that with a presentation by EAVCA about for sure there is funding. The question might be, do we have the right pipeline to exploit it? And second, do the people who need the funding know that that funding is available, and do they have the skills to actually tap into that funding? Fourth is markets. That's part of the reason why last week we wanted to do a joint event, Kenya Innovation Week and EFCFTA Youth Symposium, largely because of the thinking about the markets in the region, whether we are exploiting and whether we can do better. I'm persuaded we can do better. And even as we move into the new year, there's a lot of work we're going to be doing around markets, and different strategies of exploiting these markets. And finally is around the policy space. And with this comes the startup bills, the master plans, the policies. We've done a lot of work on the national IP policy, and I think in the next couple of months, we should be closing down. The startup bill has been revived again. In other words, we stay focused until it gets done. We are not quitting until it gets done. We may slow momentum at some point in time, but we have to keep doing it. Those are the 5 pillars. And my question has always been, one, they're not just standalone pillars. They interconnect, all right? And then there is a correlation, and there's a sequence. There's a reason why they're sequenced that way. You need all the pillars, and you need them in a certain sequence, and they're interdependent. You can't avoid some of them. Sometimes I reflect on this and say, I can actually take that master plan and localize it in my ESO. I localize the same master plan in my ESO because I'll ask myself a couple of questions in my ESO. Infrastructure, policy, markets, funding, skills, and apply it. And hopefully we'll continue to mainstream and strengthen these efforts. In the new year, we're going to spend a bit of time around synergies and data. When we talk about these global rankings like startup or national innovation, global innovation, it's largely a data issue. And that data issue speaks something. We may challenge some aspects of some of these global rankings, but it also has value. And so we're going to spend a bit of time, and I had an opportunity to engage the head of state a little bit and say, I'd like you to take this a little personally, that the better we organize ourselves synergy-wise and data, the better for the country, and the better for the region, and the better for the globe. I do look forward to visiting as many of our ESOs as possible. I've never had a chance. I've spent a lot of energy the last 1.5, 2 years with universities and so forth. So in the new year, on my radar is TVETs and ESOs. And I look forward to an invite to your ESO that we may explore more how to support each other towards a stronger society. It's been said, it's collaboration for impact. That's the Harambee spirit, that's the Ubuntu spirit, and I hope we will solve more challenges and create more jobs and wealth for each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
If you see, a speaker has said he's worked so hard to the point of hair loss, we will clap for him when he's here. So, your book, money real quick, eh? Leo tunakurudishia hiyo pesa. This is called the money clap. So you do this, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sawa? Well, he's given us tips on how to get that money in that book. We are throwing that money back to him. Sawa? We'll do that 3 times. Aya. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Twende. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Daktari, you've come out of here richer, right?
And I've distributed a little bit back.
He's brought back. Thank you so much. Let's clap for him again as he comes off the stage. Right, so now we're getting into a panel, and this will be on transforming entrepreneur support organizations into centers of sustainable innovation to achieve global impact. Moderating this panel is a good friend, Anne Lawi, who is an ecosystem and investments expert. Anne, you'll come on board so you can introduce your panel as we continue here with setup. So because we've shifted time around, this panel will be till 11:15. Let's clap for Anne as she comes on stage.
Thank you, Salome. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and introduce my panelist. But before I do that, let me introduce myself. As you have heard, my name is Anne Lawi. I have background in impact investment and ecosystem building. I call myself a child of ecosystem. My first job that I got was in startup ecosystem, and I never left. And I'm glad to be here. And I will be taking us through this panel on transforming entrepreneur support organization into centers of sustainable innovation to achieve global impact. Without further ado, let me invite my panelists, Joram Mwinamo. Let's welcome them. Thank you so much, Joram, Victor, Apollo. Welcome to the stage. And finally, Sam Bugwa. Welcome to the stage, Sam. Thank you, gentlemen. Please join me. Karibu. Great. I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself. If we can start to my farthest. This is right? I'm left-handed. Right, farthest right. If you can introduce yourself, your name, and a brief about what you do. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Okay. My name is Sam Bugua. Can you hear me right? Yeah. Perfect. My name is Sam Bugua. I am a venture support manager at Delta 40. Delta 40 is a VC fund and a venture studio and an ecosystem builder. So we build and invest in climate innovations across sub-Saharan Africa. My role as a venture support manager is to support all the direct investments that we make across 3 main areas of support, which is commercial, capital and finance, and strategic advisory. A little bit about me.
Go ahead.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Victor Apollo. I'm the head of solutions mapping at the UNDP Accelerator Lab in Kenya. So my role primarily is to support grassroots innovations and those communities that are not usually engaged in policy development to ensure that their voices are actually heard and that their input is actually reflected in the interventions that we do and also policy spaces.
Good morning, everyone. I think might be the most familiar face here. Joram Mwinamo. I'm the CEO of Sandbox, which is an entrepreneur support organization. I've been in the ecosystem for a very long time, since 2007, so probably one of the oldest, starting off with Wild International, that is a strategy and entrepreneurship support company, but then transitioning on to co-found and now CEO of Sandbox, where we basically aggregate what this industry calls BDS service providers, non-competing BDS service providers under one roof. And as a result, we're able to run startup incubation, acceleration, or SME support programs. We do that in Kenya, we do that in the US now, and spreading our wings across Africa and into Europe next year. And yeah, looking forward to this panel. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joram. And I start with you, Joram. You have been in the ecosystem long enough, yeah? We have seen the ecosystem evolve from then to now. And my question to you is, what are the must-haves? What are those characteristics for an ESO to be able to support startups, but also to be able to drive successfully sustainable innovation and maybe achieve global recognizable successes?
Okay, so I think if you start with how we evolved, when I look back, I think, I don't know if it was deliberate or by accident, but this industry seems to have taken off around 7 or 8. For some reason, Kenyans took an interest in developing particularly tech startups. And that coincided with a lot of funding also coming into the industry at around the same time. I feel like that funding, to some extent, might have fueled some hype and a bubble, but at the same time, it also fueled a lot of people taking interest in what does it really take to develop entrepreneurs sustainably. If you look at other parts of the world, this enterprise support is largely government and maybe academia supported, and then maybe you have like innovation hubs and the like. But in a place like Kenya, it started off from private entities like NILAB, iHub, Growth Africa, we ourselves, Wild International at the time. And so I think we all had to wing it and somehow figure out what it would take to build sustainable entities. For the longest time, and maybe up until today, we still keep talking about what does it take for an enterprise support organization to be sustainable. For people like ourselves, part of the big question was, how can that sustainability be built away from donor funding? Because if we are truly creating value for enterprises that are commercial in nature down the line, how do you build value as an enterprise support organization that those enterprises are willing to pay for? And so we focused and tried to see, how do we bring down the cost of programming? How do we build business models that allow for being able to sustainably help entrepreneurs? Some of the things we've learned, for example, I think you need as many revenue streams as possible if you're going to be sustainable. You can't do it on the basis of 1 or 2 or 3 revenue streams. I think we have like 14 or 16 and growing. We are always looking at what are the ways in which you can charge different people to be able to keep the entity sustainable. But at the end of the day, a lot of people will still keep asking the question of what's the effectiveness? What's coming out at the other end of your programming or of your support? Are the enterprises growing? Are their revenues increasing? Is the profitability of those entities increasing? Are they able to raise funds easier and scale profitably? And so it's just driving down to the questions of what value are you creating? And if you keep asking those hard questions over and over again, for us, it led us to the model of, for enterprises to scale, they need services. The service providers have every interest coming across the entrepreneurs at scale. And so we kind of flipped the model, and that's how we ended up bringing the enterprise support service providers in-house rather than the startups or SMEs themselves, because they are the ones who could continuously pay. And you find that a large part of now our revenue streams, I think about 60% of our budget is actually supported by revenue streams that come directly from the enterprise support for providers. Then you find there's like corporate organizations and others that are also interested in those startups and SMEs that are also willing to pay for some services. And then now you have still the large donors that are willing, to pay for you to run programs on their behalf. So we've kept tweaking at that, and hopefully, we don't seem very far from profitability just based on those activities. And then the next question was, can we scale this? So that's what we are currently doing and testing the model in different jurisdictions around the world. Yeah.
And thank you, Joram. And to build on that, Sam, as you have had, one of the big conversation around the ecosystem is how can ESO be sustainable? But more so, are we adopting as ESOs? Are we getting to understand operation models that can be able to support key thematic areas like unemployment, climate change, areas of interest, but more so support startups and businesses that are scaling? What are those things that we can put in place, and are we adopting?
Great question. Can I see by a show of hands how many startups we have in the house? How many founders do we have? Don't be shy. You have the best jobs in the world. Hardest, but the best. All right, we have a couple. How many times have you or your colleagues said that African startups are over-accelerated and underfunded? Is that a common sentiment? Yes, there's a hand. You validate me. Thank you. But the point is, a lot of times, what we are seeing in the ecosystem is we are picking certain parts of the value chain that we can help accelerate. And then there's a whole other myriad of things that we have not gotten to do that then does not allow the fullness of the startup to actually come to life. What that means is, where I think operationally things could look a little better is offering a comprehensive set of support, where within the acceleration program or within the ESOs that are performing the roles that they're performing, there's not only just access to mentorship and training, there's also access to capital, for example. There's access to talent, for example. So a lot of times you find, because startups have a very short runway, they are burning a little bit too much, they don't have enough money to be able to hire proper C-suite level talent that could help them grow and innovate a bit more. They are cut short at the very beginning because they don't have that access to that talent. But ESOs have the unique opportunity to raise grants and hire these kinds of talent that then they fractionalize across the different portfolios or the different companies or startups that they're supporting. The other piece that I see is making sure that beyond the technical skills that we equip them with, are we partnering with the right people that will enable them to access different parts of the value chain that they're not playing at through partnerships. So oftentimes, a gathering like this allows people who are in this space to be able to partner with other players, like, for example, what we're doing today with the Kenya and the rest of the guys who are doing a lot of work in the policy space, ensuring that the guys within the ESOs have access to those people where they can be able to give their input to certain things that make, or rather move the needle on the policy space. Those are some things I think operationally could change a little differently. But more importantly, to your question around creating jobs, is upskilling, right? There's creating inclusive programs that allow for people who are coming onto this entrepreneurship space to be able to thrive in that environment. When it comes to climate, when it comes to ag, I think it's also supporting and investing in climate tech startups or ag tech startups, something we're doing at Delta 40 heavily to be able to make sure that the businesses we're building are more sustainable and are also not just good for the people, but also good for planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And for me, that's a very fundamental question as ESOs that we need to keep on asking, and ecosystem players, because we have been here long enough, and I believe right now we are transitioning to a new decade of ecosystem. And the question is, I know most of us depend on grant funding, but how uniquely can we start looking for new business model that we can put in place to be able to sustain ourselves beyond the grant funding, because we know they come with objectives. So we tend to veer off from our core mandate to what the grant funding or the funding. It's not all of them, but that's the case. So it's crucial for us to ask ourselves that question and maybe to build on that. ASSEK was formed as one of the vehicles to drive partnerships with different actors, players, such as governments and academia, financial institutions, to enhance the capacity of ESOs. So what are some of the ways can we enhance partnership as ESOs and also maybe leverage more what ASSEK is doing to support startups?
Thanks, Anne. So I mean, this is from a development agency perspective, yeah? One of the things that learned over time is the temporal dimension to partnerships. So one, UNDP works in over 170 countries and territories. And then in most parts, we offer support to governments, building leadership skills, institutional capabilities, partnerships, for the whole point of enabling us all to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So we all know SDG 17, which speaks to partnerships, right? But then when I reflect, I see some of the most impactful partnerships have been as a result of relationship building. What I also see is when I introduce myself as working for UNDP, I see a sense of, money, right? So let's get this money. But I always appreciate the people who speak to, how can we explore what we can work on, right? So that journey, for instance, Tony has made an offer. Next year, he wants to engage TVETs and startups. And I'm hoping that we don't look at it from the point of Kenya now has the money to offer TVETs and startups. But the journey that we need to walk in terms of getting to understand, okay, what does Kenya have to offer? And then what does this particular startup also, what's the niche of this particular startup? And so for us to build that shared vision as one of the tenets that was presented earlier by the CEO, for us to build that shared vision takes time, right? So partnerships, for me, I think the whole idea is we need to have a bit of time to get to understand each individual's or entity's point of view before we can actually decide, okay, let's work on A, B, C, D. And that gives us room, for instance, for the government to understand what are the infrastructural challenges, what are the policy needs, and then these policies are informed and shaped by the needs of the startup or even the communities that you want to work for. If it's working closely with financial institutions, for instance, then they get to understand what are the financial models that could work for our respective entities. But that takes time. So building that relationship so that we can actually get to understand what are some of the gaps and needs of respective parties. And so it becomes easier to establish an entry point that could be sustainable. So the key takeaway here is for us to establish impactful partnerships, we need to take a bit of time to journey together so that we understand what are some of the needs that we all have. So whatever partnerships we get into, it's complementary and not transactional.
And tying to our theme this year, collaboration for impact, I think that's bring it home. But also what I have seen in my experience in partnership, it have to be grounded on common value. You have to cultivate it. You have to see or rather align the different objectives of different partners and see how that would add value into whatever agenda that you might have as an ESO. Coming to you, Joram, as one of the, I'll keep using that, have had you introduce yourself sometimes as the grandfathers of the ecosystem. Now, that being the case, are we supporting startups, Lily, as ESOs? In one hand, in the spectrum, in one hand, we see the ranking of a lot of funding coming to the ecosystem, right? And as a country and as an ecosystem. But on the other hand, we also see startups folding and folding in big numbers. What is happening? What are we doing right from a perspective of ESO? What are we doing right? And what can we improve?
We are definitely supporting startups. I think there's a lot of information asymmetry in the ecosystem. I think what goes public is a very small fraction of the entire picture of what happens. One of the things that our ecosystem might need a lot of help with is monitoring and evaluation, where we are able to put together all the data of how we are supporting startups, who we are supporting, and how they are growing. As somebody who runs an ESO, I can tell you, monitoring and evaluation is very expensive unless a funder is catering for that cost. As somebody who's helping startups grow, you're likely to ignore budgeting for that cost in how you run your programs because you're just so busy getting them off the ground, hand-holding them, getting them up and growing, and then somebody comes and asks, how many female startups are you supporting? What's the success rate of your startups and all? And you're like, I know I'm supporting them, but I can't give you the data because I'm just so busy supporting them and I've not had the funds maybe to go through an extensive categorization analysis and all sorts of things. I can tell you, for example, Sandbox, we know from the aggregate data we are dealing with, we deal with more than 2,400 startups and SMEs, maybe about 400 startups. But I can't give you very definitive data about each and every one of them and how they're all doing because of that constraint about the fact that, evaluating the impact is expensive. But I can point out to you individual startups that we've been working with, they've gone from zero to wherever they are now. We can see maybe, their businesses are growing, they're getting funding, they're scaling, and that kind of thing. So maybe, that's one of the things that as a sector we need to get better at, which is putting together that data about how we are supporting them. And a lot of the people we support, I don't see them in the media. Even when they raise, they might not publicize it. Some of them just continue to bootstrap because they find the whole fundraising process too cumbersome and complicated to master. Some of them are even profitable, at the rate at which they are growing, but again, that is not made public. So I would say there is maybe a lack of data to show the real story of what's going on. And sadly, bad news travels a lot faster than good news. So what has happened in Kenya this year has ended up building a narrative that our startups are failing. Startups fail globally to the tune of 90%. It doesn't matter what environment, whether it's, in fact, I think the failure rate in the US is higher because I think I came across a statistic that in Africa, the failure rate is something like 70%. In places like the US and Europe, it's up to 90%. So we have to, I think, counter those myths and maybe highlight more of the success stories of those that are just building maybe quietly and growing. And when we showcase this, it might start to change a narrative about what's happening here. If you look at what has been lost in the US compared to what has been lost in Kenya, we are a drop in the ocean, even if those losses were big in the context of, the Kenyan environment.
Thank you, Joram. And as we wrap up, time goes very fast. As we wrap up, and I come to you, Sam, if you can give an example of what you do at Delta 40, examples as an ESO, you support startup, your venture studio, you bring together and build businesses from scratch. What are the things that you think you're doing right that other members can can learn? And going into the future, what are those maybe tricks, insights you can share in terms of what you're doing right?
Great question. So there's multiple things I think we're doing right. One of them being we are attempting to offer what I said is a full set of comprehensive support, where outside of getting into the weeds with the founder and helping them build their company for the next 24 months, we are also helping them across business ideation all through to the point where they can scale and exit. And beyond that point, we are also establishing a unit within the team that then takes you from there to up until the point where you can be able to actually exit and we get our money back. So that is working with you from the beginning all the way to the end. The other piece I feel we're doing right is we are providing what I refer to as fractionalized talent across all the portfolio companies that we invest in. What that looks like is the studio will hire great C-suite talent that startups will not be able to afford, and then we will kind of outsource that support to all the portfolio companies that we help build. And what that does is it gives these entrepreneurs access to talent that they would otherwise not have to be able to build the innovations and to be able to grow. The third piece is we are heavily involved in ecosystem building and building partnerships. And what that does is we are not a one-stop shop for everything. We are not experts in everything. But we do have access to people that can provide follow-on funding to all our portfolio companies. We have access to people who can have an impact on the policy space. We have access to people who can move the needle in different spaces that allow a startup to be able to progress and succeed. The things that I feel we could do a little bit differently to be able to make sure that the ecosystem thrives a little bit more is share the success stories of whatever comes out of the venture studio. 84% of all the companies that go through a venture studio get to raise a seed round. 72% of those get to a Series A, as compared to 42% of those who do not go a venture studio model. Oftentimes, these stories don't get told. I was sharing on Monday during a breakfast with KPMG that, Friday or Monday, there has been 385 mass shootings in the US year to date, a year to October, right? But none of those get told, right? Because the narrative is being formed around how great the US is, how great these things are. But oftentimes, what comes out of Africa is something that he said, that all our startups are failing. Copy has gone down, Commerce has gone down, the other company has gone down. But how often do we talk about some of the rebirths in some of the companies that we see that have gone through the trenches and come back out, like Lorry Systems? Like all these great companies are building great things, but the stories are not getting told because we are either too afraid to kind of rub the world the wrong way by touting our own horse, but everybody does that and we should do it. So that those stories get told and we have capacity to be able to tell everybody that comes after us that startups in Kenya can succeed. And that becomes the main mantra of every other conversation we then have.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. And Victor, from a development partner point of view, and in a perspective, from a perspective of an ESO, what should we not do and also do to enhance collaboration?
So one, I think it's developing this entrepreneurial mindset, not entrepreneurial, sorry, experimental mindset. So we've talked about data. The decisions that we make should be data-driven. And I think what technology has afforded us at this point in time is we have non-traditional sources of data that we could tap into, right? So there's location-based data, wearables, mobility data, satellite imagery, all these data sources that we could tap into to influence the decisions that we make. The other bit is just to look at the regional and national frameworks that we should align to. So we have the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, whose deadline is looming large. We have Vision 2030. Also regionally, we have AU Agenda 2063. So trying as much as possible to align with these frameworks and ensuring that we are actually contributing to some of these well laid down frameworks. Lastly, just to try and urge us to narrow our focus, we tend to want to boil the ocean. We have all these ideas that we want to try out, but I think if we narrow our focus, then that gives us room to potentially look at who else can support us to make traction on the particular development challenges that we're working on. And tied to that, because again, we are looking at the development challenges that we are focusing on, which are quite complex. So that also means adopting a systems thinking mindset to try and sort of address this from multiple points while tapping into partnerships that enhance the impact that we are trying to look for. Yep.
Thank you so much, Victor. And finally, Joram, looking into the future, what should we do as ESO to better build an ecosystem that, one, is able to communicate better what we are doing, secondly, continue thriving and creating models that works and sustains the ESOs?
Okay. Let me say something surprising. I don't think we realize how vibrant, sophisticated, and advanced our Kenya enterprise support ecosystem is. And I say this with authority as somebody who is currently operating in quite a number of different ecosystems, and seeing that as we plug into those ecosystems, how much we are contributing in terms of knowledge, frameworks, methodologies that even the locals, and I say this including the US, are very impressed with the level to which we've been able to build granular solutions around supporting entrepreneurs that are relevant even beyond the Kenyan space. And so I think first we need to celebrate that. Two, we need to share a lot more amongst ourselves what those best practices are. I think there are different organizations that have figured out different parts of the value chain, as he was talking about, that either they've perfected. I've not seen a vibrant ecosystem, particularly in Africa, that when it comes to green, we have a whole host of people in that space. When it comes to impact investment, there's a whole lot of people playing that space. Maker spaces, there's people playing in that space. Services, there's people playing in that space. Creative sector, there's a whole host of people playing that. We are very diversified, very granular. We have really sophisticated solutions. So I think we need to celebrate that. And two, I think we need to start exporting that as well. And I think it could build a very vibrant industry. I keep joking, now we are in State House, and ASSEK is actually helping build the capacity of other support associations in the region. So we downplay all these things, and probably we are very hard on ourselves as Kenyans. But I think we need to celebrate it. I think we need to share a lot more. I think we need to have a lot more of an abundance mentality. And then finally, I think we need to tell our story a lot more, and it will attract a lot more interesting things to the ecosystem. I don't see us slowing down. I think we're going to continue growing and being the shining example in the region, and possibly even globally. So if we hold our hands together, all these different, from public sector to the corporate sector, that I think is very delinked, yet corporate innovation should be a very big thing. Same thing with public sector innovation and development sector innovation. If we integrate all these things together, I think we'll probably build one of the best innovation, startup, and entrepreneurship support ecosystems in the world. Yeah.
And thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our panel. I think my takeouts are, we need to tell our stories better. We need to be very critical or very uniquely positioned and be keen on the partnerships that we are looking. We don't need to boil the ocean, but more importantly is that to know that we are doing a lot more as an ecosystem and not downplay and only focus on the things that are not working. That said, thank you so much for listening. We appreciate. Thank you so much to my panelists, Joram, Victor, and Sam. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just remain on stage for a minute. I know Sam is looking at me. Sam, don't worry. I'm not going to make you do, what's that dance, guys? Go down. Yes, you can take a picture. Thank you. So just remain on stage. We agreed with Sally that we are giving you your appreciation while you're still here so that we don't forget. So I'd like all of us to raise our hands above our heads. We gave Dr. Tony money, so both hands. Fantastic. So I want you to shake. You know how thunder normally shakes? Then at the count of 3, you do 3 thunderous claps, okay? So let's go. 1, 2, 3. Again. Hey, naona tuko watu wa Moi wengi sana hapa, okay? Let's go again. 1, 2, 3. I like this. Naona watu walienda it for 4 mapema. Okay, and the last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Joram. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Sam. Amazing conversations, a lot of collaboration, if you know where to look. Now, part of the operating model today includes ensuring that your energy levels are up. We are going to take a small health break, exactly 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes. You can go out, pick your tea, and come back with it. And you can also talk to someone you've not talked to. And as you go out, we have some exhibitors out there: Premium Lamunuts, Wild International, Azavi Fruits, Somo Africa, Dorel Enterprises, and Jubilee Health. Pass by their stands, pick a fruit, pick some nuts, get some health insurance, and get some advice from Wild International. Enjoy your tea. We shall be back in 10 minutes. Tea is served right outside the conference hall. Thank you.
All right. A majority of Mwangi, who is the innovation specialist of the World Bank. Let's clap for her. She's coming to stage just so that she can introduce panel.
I'll use your mic. Good morning, people. Good morning. Energy. Good morning. Yeah? Si mmekula. So you guys have eaten. Right? Mmeshiba. Very nice. Stand up. Let's do this. You cannot tell me no mmeshiba. Let's stand. Yeah? Let's stand. Yeah? Coming from the CEO, she's telling me she's full. Yeah? And Lawi. Okay, let's do this. Do you guys know each and every person next to you? Mejuana? Yeah? No? Okay. And so turn to the person on your right or left, your neighbor. Stretch your hands. Your neighbor, turn. Okay, come. Sorry. Come, I show you. I'm going to massage my neighbor. That's how you need to know your neighbor. Please massage your neighbor. Don't be mean. Please. Male or female, do not worry. Massage your neighbor. Enjoy. Are you enjoying it? Aya, turn. Service. Your turn. You have to massage your neighbor.
Cecilia utaribia watu ndoa.
Thank you. Clap for yourselves. Let's clap for yourselves, guys. Disclosure, I do not want to break homes. That was on a friendly note. So my name is Cecilia Mwangi from the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project. It's a project from the State Department for Industry, and it is funded by the World Bank to support strengthening the Kenya's innovation ecosystem. Happy to be here. Happy to be part of ASSEK as always. I've been in ASSEK, I think, from 2019, from the time we were starting, and happy to see that it's grown to this level. So today we have a lead panel, and we want to see how collaborative approach to promoting entrepreneurship and innovation culture to drive Kenya's economic agenda. And with me, I have an incredible panel drawn from local and international ecosystem. And to start us off, I will like to invite David Cheboriot. David Cheboriot is the ASSEK chairman and also the director for E4 Impact. And his key role is to provide strategic leadership in centers in Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia. And these centers offer a myriad of services to local entrepreneurs. Thank you, David. Next line, let's clap. Thank you. Next in line, we have Marcy Kimalat, who is the CEO for ASSEK, right? Energy. Yeah, she does an amazing job. Next online, we have Dr. Julius Gatune. Doctor has to be put. He's a senior project consultant and assistant professor with Maastricht School of Management. He also runs the Industry Academia platform for the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project. Yeah? Welcome, Daktari. And he's a civil engineer, first-class honors from the University of Nairobi. Then the other panelist that I have is Jackson Kinyanjui. He's the project coordinator at Growth Africa and also the project lead for Startup Savannah, which is a project under the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project. And it connects Kenyan startups to global ecosystems. Oh, God. And lastly, sorry for my messy papers. Lastly, I have Camila Gisinga, co-founder and board member of GovTech Global Alliance. Hey, we are international, Bana. Yeah? Yeah? So how she works with the private sector, public, and she works with GovTech. She's fostering collaboration between public sector and startups to address key challenges and drive digital transformation. Do you see this? Awesome, right? Let's do this. Thank you very much, team. So to start us off, and before I do that, I need to recognize my boss as well, John Mwinami Kiep, project manager. Just wave. Thank you. He is the one who was behind the scene for making this happen. So I'll go straight to the session, whereby I'll invite David to give us some opening remarks and also comment on how can stakeholders such as ESOs, government, and investors work together to create a unified entrepreneurial ecosystem in Kenya. David?
Yeah, thanks for this question, right? So how can government, investors, ESOs work to strengthen the entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? And I think that, and I'll actually be drawing my experience from what Kiep has done, for example, right? And this is a World Bank funded project. So already you have then a donor working with government, here the State Ministry for Industry and Investment, and then with private sector, so they look for what they call management firms. In this case, for our case, let's say E for Impact, that is private sector, and then with the idea to work with various stakeholders. So whether, in our case, we call them ecosystem intermediaries, right? That have incubators, accelerators, tech bootcamp providers, but also universities. I think that this is, in a certain sense, a perfect example of how all these different actors can work together. And I think that to a large extent, this was a project that was well conceived, because then it was thought out in a way that a lot of actors anyway had to work together.
Yeah.
And I think from then a project view, it's really make a lot of sense that when you're designing a project or a program that you want to have an impact to the ecosystem, work with entrepreneurs, innovators, and every other person who is supporting everyone in the ecosystem, to consider that everyone will have a role to play.
Yeah.
And I think this, so if I have to say how it can work, that is just a good example of how a program can work. And I think we have then different programs of that kind that are actually happening. So I think to do a lot of stakeholder analysis at the beginning to figure out who needs to work with who, and actually deliberately put mechanisms that those people would actually work together.
Right.
And I think this is as an opening, right? How you can make things to work. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that, David. And probably I'll come to you, Camila, considering you work for GovTech, right? And previously you had, you've been running initiatives that foster collaboration between public sector and startups to address challenges in the digital transformation sector. probably from your point of view, I know you've been in Kenya 2 days now. Lithuania, maybe. What are some of this? How do ESOs and government and investors work together in Lithuania? Because we are looking at also global best practice. Just hold it close. Just hold it close. Yeah. Can you hear? Just.
So thank you for having me here, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be part of this conversation, this amazing event. And I'm actually not only, since I'm coming from governmental space, I'm going to talk about more the government role in creating this ecosystem and engaging this ecosystem, but I'm also not talking on behalf only Lithuania, but also I'm a co-founder of GovTech Global Alliance, which is a network of international global network of different GovTech projects all around the globe, where governments are looking for the ways to better engage with startups and support them. And actually, there are many different ways to do so. And what I see, although I'm here just for the second day, Kenya has a great tech ecosystem with various actors, and also not only startup ecosystem, but also the youth is very tech savvy. So for the government, government should look for better ways to engage with this ecosystem, having open innovation methodologies and also open innovation procurements. And there are so many different ways you can do that, and we'll actually be showcasing it today with my colleague Augmentas during one of the breakout sessions, where government can actually offer a lot to support startups, to support digital savvy youth, and invite them to work on the most pressing governmental issues. And this will attract, not only build the economical resilience of the businesses, but also attract the investors if those solutions are scalable. But I think we're going to go in depth for those questions later on.
Thank you. Thanks. And just to continue the conversation on open conversation, we have an expert on open innovation, Dr. Julius Gatune, who's been working on the triple helix model, the Maastricht School of Management. You've really done a lot in that space, and probably you can just mention to us what strategies can be employed to ensure alignment among diverse stakeholders, such as policymakers, academia, because that is in your sector, development partners in driving innovation and entrepreneurship.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Anyway, yes. When you think of innovation, I think sometimes we tend to narrowly think of innovation as a product or a service, but usually to have an innovation to be able to actually have transformation, you'll need product or service, you need a business model, I guess all of us know that, but also sometimes you also need what you might call policy innovation, institutional innovations within people in the government to support that. And also you also need social innovators, because it's social people in the social places, influencers that help people to think differently about something, about the way they live, the way they consume. And then the question then becomes, how do you coordinate them together? How do you make them work together so that they can work towards that, making whatever product gets traction and get adopted, and right policies are put in place to support it. And even as you innovate and as you learn, we also need to also understand, how do you make the universities or the research community learn? Because usually the problem is that we always say universities are not producing the relevant knowledge and so on. But it's through this process of coordinating and making sure all these people act together that you start getting not only innovations getting done, commercializations happening, but also learning and curriculum development happening, and also policy changing in certain ways. And that's when we promote what we might call triple helix innovation models. Some people want to call them quadruple helix because it's usually not. Sometimes you also have other people who act as catalysts. And then what makes them work? So if you think of some of the more places where you have seen them succeed very well, for example, Maastricht, where I work, has something called Brightlands, where the university together with some of the companies there and the government have been very successful. But also one of the most successful one is something called BrainPort. It is in Eindhoven, where the University of Eindhoven has teamed with Philips. You know, Philips used to be this technology company. but kind of spinned off, started doing startups with the technical university and the municipalities there. And I think one of the big products from out there is now, I don't know whether you have heard of a company called ASML. It's now one of the most important companies in chip making. And it comes from that, supporting that. So how do you start creating such an ecosystem? Obviously, you need trust. Because it's not just because people meet together, they will trust each other. But so how do you build trust? Obviously, you build trust by having small projects that you can work together, you can be successful. But also you need what you call consensus spaces so that people meet. For example, places like here. But not even this formally, but also informal places. Because they say, some people who tell you the truth, it's only a child and a drunkard. So it's when you're with people and you're with colleagues and they tend to drink, they will tell you something that you didn't know. And you can start assessing this person, do we have a shared interest? Do we have a common trust? Because that's how you build trust. You also need to build a shared vision because it doesn't matter whether we have innovation, how do you build a shared vision? And again, this comes from constantly working together. And again, also, you have big people, government people. How do you create also the sense that everybody is important, however small they are? So if you look at some of the most successful partnerships, for example, if I give one in Columbus, Ohio, which was called the Rust Belt of America, but now Columbus is one of the most advanced areas of growth. But it's because, again, they formed a very good triple helix partnership. It didn't matter whether you're in the TVET, where they call community colleges, or you have from the big universities or from other people. They understood that everybody can bring something on the table. Again, the same way, if you form partnership, if somebody comes from Juakali with their small ideas, don't look at them. They also have something interesting to say. So the question is, how do you bring people, how do you build humility, how do you build leadership? Some of those, and also a governance model, because again, if people are coming from different organizations, you don't want all of them. How do you run? Because they are politics. So you have to create a different structure that can start running these as independently. Those are some of the things that we have seen as working. Maybe I'll stop there for now.
Okay, probably you can mention later on in the conversations, is the triple helix model in Kenya, has it been tried out? You know, has that proof of concept happened? Is it possible to convince industry that they can actually tap R&D in the academia? Just hold that thought, we'll come to you, right?
Okay.
Yes, thanks. Mercy. Hello, you've been quiet. So probably from your point of view, what are some of the, what role does fostering innovation driven culture play in addressing challenges like unemployment, climate change, food security, maybe from your point of view of running an umbrella organization supporting SME and startup enablers?
Hello? Yeah. Thank you so much, Cecilia, for that one. And I think mine is just to build up on what the other previous speakers talked about. And there's something that the keynote speaker, Dr. Tony, mentioned about the three things that ail an ecosystem. So it's no jobs, weak skills, and also the challenge of having hopelessness, meaning people lose the zeal to actually change their current situation. So if you see like what's happening in Kenya, we have gone through, especially this year, it's been a tirade of different challenges. And I know most of you have actually forgotten what happened in March. Does anyone remember what happened in March? We had immense floods, right? And how quickly we forget and move on with life. But we've had floods, we've had change of policy, we have also the funding has seemed to be constrained, and many other challenges are coming up. And what we're trying to say as ASSEK, and mainly what our members have been doing, is to really champion for all organizations. So whether you're a startup or an SME or even a corporate, you need to leverage innovation. And really, what is the innovation if you try to demystify it? It's literally looking at how you can make a process or a function more efficient or more cost effective. Because that way, as a business now, you can maximize on ensuring that your product can reach a wide variety of customers. At the same time, you still have a kitty that you can divide into two. One is one for cash flow, and the other one also is to save for a rainy day, aka the disaster management fund, which every business now definitely needs to have. So when you have innovation lens in whatever you're doing, then you're definitely adopting best practices to keep improving on your customer experience. Because now, even as we have seen with the whole Gen Z, even now ESOs have to repackage their programs. So for example, if you're running a workshop from 9 to 5, Perhaps they have to go to the gym, or I don't know, they have to go for night out. So your workshops have to be in line with different timings that can suit your target audience. I can see one of Gen Z at the back laughing, but these are some of the things that also innovation can help you gather. When you actually develop agile data collection tools that can help you get real-time data, whether it's a bite-sized information, it can help you tweak how you deliver your product and service to ensure that you're always on the top of mind for your customer. Now, for the ESOs, this is extremely crucial. What we are seeing in the Kenyan landscape is that we are also having a lot of foreign ESOs coming and establishing here. We're also seeing different investors that are establishing here. That is a good opportunity to collaborate with them, but at the same time also you need to retain your indigenous culture, heritage, and also processes so that you also do not lose out on that kind of market share. So with that, we can leverage technology to also provide a 24-hour mechanism where your product and service can be delivered. And because ASSEK now is very committed in terms of creating flows of cross-collaboration actually between East Africa and also across Africa, then we can leverage technology to provide your kind of training and enterprise support, not only in Kenya, but even to someone in Egypt, someone also as far as Eswatini, somewhere in Namibia. So we really have to think about how we can evolve and scale and then tap into other opportunities to really grow our businesses.
Thank you, Mercy. Well said. And yes, we really have to leverage on tech to adjust on the dynamic business models and working environment. Probably to you, Jackson, having that you ran a successful Startup Savannah initiative for the KIEP, probably something that you can mention to us. What are some of the examples of the successful collaborative initiatives that you ran and that have positively impacted the entrepreneurial ecosystem?
Thank you, Cecilia. And just to give a bit of context, Startup Savannah, we were really linking our everyday entrepreneurs with money, markets, and mentors. And really what you are trying to do is to expose them. Think of the narrative when you're growing up that your mother's cooking is always the best. It's only when you go out and you realize there's a lot that is out there that you need to really just sample and taste. So one of the things we were doing as we were creating partnerships and partnerships with global partners, and I can give maybe 2 or 3 that I can mention. For one, what we realized with a lot of either the Ivy League colleges in the US or even sometimes what you'd have some of the top business schools in the UK, they would come and say, we want to be able to help your entrepreneurs move to a certain level. Do you have such entrepreneurs? So one of the things is, because this was being implemented by Growth Africa, it was actually an ecosystem project. So we would go back to the different entrepreneur support organization and say, do you have somebody who fits a certain criteria? If you have that person, would you want them to be part of this? So one of them was just information sharing. There's this opportunity. Do you want to be part of that opportunity? And then you'd be able to rope in more people. I think the other thing we were able to do is just knowledge sharing. Some of the webinars and meet the investors kind of sessions, like one we had with the University of Michigan again, was just bringing, again, all ESOs, if you want to be part of that, how then can you just send people for them to participate in that? And the entrepreneurs would then participate, not being linked to a particular entrepreneur support organization, but really just being part of the ecosystem. And what you are able to do, and I think it's a very good lesson, rather than necessarily packaging yourself as an ESO going to meet global partners, it's saying we are representing Kenya. Do you have people we can work with? And we saw that coming in handy with Estonia, with Latitude 59. We saw that coming handy with Kenya meets Korea, because people are now thinking, if I want to get into Kenya, there's somebody who's been able to put all these things under one roof. And so one of the things that we just want to keep encouraging us is that that packaging of coming as one rather than different pockets. And so even for development partners and other partners, it's easier to come and to relate under one roof and say, we are coming to Kenya, there's somebody who's been able to put these things under one roof. So in terms of strategies, it was really partnerships, but also presenting a front that if you get into this partnership with us, you'll be able to access much more through the Kenyan ecosystem. You're not coming to one ESO, you're actually coming to a multitude of ESOs. So in summary, just partnership, information sharing, and knowledge sharing. And I think that's something that we can still keep building even as we move ahead.
And all this is accessible to the startups and entrepreneurs, even beyond the life of the project. Is it available?
Yes.
It is, okay. Because at the end of this session, we want to see some of those practical solutions to social economic challenges. So David, probably what are some of those steps that can be taken to embed entrepreneurship and innovation as core elements of the Kenyan economic agenda?
Great. Embedding entrepreneurship, right?
Yes.
And I think that right now, in all aspects, whether you're in a different value chain, a different sector, I think entrepreneurship is key. When we were speaking there with Dr. Mwanza, when he actually finished, he said he's been now working with universities, he's going to work with TVETs, he wants to work with ESOs. He feels like the graduates that are coming out from these learning institutions don't have already an entrepreneurial knowledge on whatever they need to succeed, right? And we know that our markets are small. Yeah. Our ability to employ is actually quite limited. And if we don't then embed entrepreneurship, almost in all the aspects, from when our kids are still young, so they can know what does it mean to do business, what does it mean to make money, what does it mean to create value and offer that value to someone else, then I think we have not done much. And I think embedding entrepreneurship has to start way early. It has to start at our household level, almost at family level, and then move that up to primary education, secondary education. Jasiri here are doing something at the secondary schools, bringing innovations at secondary schools, right? And tertiary institutions, universities, but there are people also who don't make it to those levels, right? And that's why the enterprise support organizations are coming up also to try to really reach out to them. But I think it's one of those things where you're saying either you do it or die or you perish, right? Because there's no other way around it. We cannot provide for the youth population that is there. Yeah. And I think entrepreneurship is really, you could almost say, is a silver bullet that can actually solve a big, contribute a lot to a big sense. And sometimes also when you're dealing with entrepreneurs, right, they're sometimes very worried, will I get a market? Will my product be sold? Will I make money? Will I sustain myself? But I think if we had to take an example of all the problems, you spoke about floods and many other problems we are having as Kenyans, and everyone just try to innovate and get a solution out of that, there would already be a business for them to do, right? And I think it's more around the mindset that we can't really change or get away of it, or it just has to be implanted. And it means then all of us here in this room have to basically adopt that mindset. I think we can't take it, maybe here we are ESOs and we're thinking maybe we just need to preach this to the innovators that have come on in our pipeline, right? But I think this is a message that every Kenyan has to take every other Kenyan, right? And I think that's the way we can do it. Thanks.
So we adopt an entrepreneurial mindset. Even we encourage even our children when they're very small as they grow. Camilla, considering you're a public sector innovation enthusiast, probably you can mention to us how can collaboration between public and private sectors strengthen business resilience, promote compliance within the entrepreneurial space? Okay. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's working. So I really liked Mercy's example about Gen Z and how we need to understand our clients or like to implement the best solutions. And actually what business can help, how the business can help the government. I think that on technology-driven policy implementation or data-driven decision-making, this is something which can both help the government to make better decisions for the citizens, but also for the business, because government has a lot of different services, offers a lot of different services to the business. So it would help both the government, but also for the business, if they are invited to creating those kind of solutions that also builds new one thing, marketplace for them, but also they can hire more people, they can invite youth, students, tech-savvy people to implement those solutions. But also one of the best, I think, examples of that collaboration are different GovTech innovation labs, where public sector and private sector are coming together, and of course the public sector is a great, like, they are experts on the problems. But they are not experts on the solutions. And making this place where they can, and with someone maybe facilitating their collaboration, where they can openly speak and think about what solutions would work best as some new public services or some new solutions which would solve the most pressing public issues, like they were mentioned here in many times, and this whole conference is, for example, the unemployment. This is something which is really encouraged also now from the World Bank's perspective, who's starting working on the innovation labs to invite the entrepreneurial mindset to the public sector, because when we're talking about entrepreneurial mindset, most of the time we were thinking about students who study business or startups or SMEs, but actually bringing magic happens when you bring this mindset to the public sector, and when you put them all together to one table where they can learn from each other and understand each other, and business can understand why the government is slow, because why it's risk averse, but also government can learn a lot from business, being more agile, thinking like more openly looking for more openly for new solutions. And I'm really happy that I've heard ASSEK is already doing that, sitting them all together next to one table, and this is where the magic happens. So finding those ways of collaboration can bring a lot of success stories both for business but also for the government.
Great. And I'm sure even the enablers in the room would like to hear from you. What are some of those offerings that we can get, or they can tap in, some areas of collaboration that they can tap in with GovTech Global Alliance? You can speak about it here at a high level, and probably if one of them catches their eye, they can meet up with you in one of the breakout sessions, and then you can deliberate. Maybe it's something you can think about as I talk to Julius. What is this that we can collaborate, the enablers in the room can get in from GovTech Global Alliance? That's okay?
Yes.
You can speak now, or I...
Yeah, we can.
Okay, sure, go ahead, take it out.
So I think that there are different ways of that collaboration, and this is actually what GovTech Global Alliance is doing. We have many actors from Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, many European countries, US, Argentina. We don't have that many members from Africa, and we really encourage Kenya stakeholders joining the alliance and both sharing the best ways you are collaborating, like your business is collaborating with the public sector, but also looking at the ways the public sector could collaborate better with the business. And we have members from public sector, from private sector, from NGOs, from academia, and I've heard about triple helix model. We have DigiCampus from Hague and DTU, Danish Technical University, and Tech for CIF program from Denmark, who are really great examples of like how different players can establish this collaboration and foster this collaboration. So I can tell more about some ways of collaboration and what we are doing in Lithuania. We're going to be telling during this session, one of the breakout sessions, about leveraging this collaboration between government and public sector. But I really encourage you to speak to me, and we can make this go with this conversation further.
Thank you, Camila. Thanks. Probably to come to you, Dr. Gatune, you can build up on the triple helix. Has it worked in Kenya? Is there a model? Then you can top it up with what are some of the lessons learned from global best practice in collaboration that can be adopted. Kenya's unique challenges and opportunities in promoting entrepreneurship.
Yes, we have been having a project actually, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investments, together with the World Bank, put together what is called the Open Innovation Platform called Aitatu, which we were putting together. And the idea was to start bringing this idea that in Kenya, because we focus on innovation, but sometimes we tend to think it's startups. But what you also need is businesses that are there to grow up, because people who already have a business, they already have a model that is working, but they may not be able to do R&D, because if you are an SME, R&D is hard. R&D is not easy, it costs a lot of money. And the idea is then, how can you use a university, because this is already public, most of them are public universities, already public resources, and they're not well used. Because we kind of have a disconnect, and I can say that because I've also been teaching at our local university. Right now, I'm also a professor at Dedan Kimathi. And obviously, universities have been trying, but the thing is that we don't have a structure. So the idea was to bring this structure together so that you can solve problems. And initially, we started with the idea of using students as solvers of problems. We worked with one of the international people who are good at this, Finland actually, one of the most innovative companies. So we did work with Demola to try to domesticate the Demola model here. And we did interesting things with it. I think students were able to help one company to build a blockchain to traceability so they can start exporting. And I think the company is interested in trying to see how can we go ahead with that. And somebody would also ask, what do students bring? Because students, we say, because the complaint is that even sometimes people want to say they have big, but no, students bring a perspective that you don't see. The Gen Z and other people, they see something else you may not see. So sometimes as innovators, even as companies, they can tell you, because we have all these things changing, technology, you hear all kinds of things being mentioned. What do they mean to you as a company? It's students who can tell you what they may mean to you. They can show you something else. But obviously also universities have a lot of research being done. And one of the challenges we have, even as university, is that we tend to be rewarded for publishing in high-level journals, not for solving our problems. And I can say that because you heard I was a civil engineering student. When I did my last project, I did a design of a North Sea oil drilling platform. Why would you design that as a student? That's not even our problem. Yet when I was in Ghana, working in Ghana, I met some Canadian students trying to solve the problem of granaries, storage, trying to use at indigenous technology that they had been developed. Try how do we strengthen it, and it can make very good and affordable storage, because that's our problem is storage. But I, as a student, never thought I don't want to touch anything like a granary, because I'm thinking I want to be international. That's our problem. We have to help people to walk, because we look, thank you. People look for problems by going to research papers, rather than just, I tell students now, just walk out of your gate. You will see enough problems. Go into the market, go home, talk to your grandma and other two people. You'll see problems that you are looking for problems to solve. And we are never able to show people that this is one way, and also to reward that, obviously. Even teachers and professors who are working on local problems, to find them that is also rewarding work. It may not be high-level research that can go into some high-profile journal. So that is one of the things that we would want to do with Aitatu. Apart from bringing students to solve problems, the other thing we also want to understand what is there and in terms of research being done in universities, and how do you matchmake with industry that they need. Because some of the problems people have already been solved. But because somebody was doing a master's work to get a thesis done, they just did it and went to look for work. The other thing that we'd also want to is to start moving the education towards a problem-based learning, so that you actually go and solve a problem, not even students. And if you are going to do a master's, it should be, you have a problem. You should be able to come with somebody and say, this is the purpose of solving the problem for. And that is one of the models that you see obviously in Finland, Sweden, other countries that have done quite well. Moving towards that problem. Again, this ITATU becomes a catalyst for that. So initially, yes, it was to solve problem, focusing basically on what is happening on the horizon because we're using students. But gradually, we also want to bring research to solve problems. You also want to start helping the university also to start transforming towards solving local problems. I think I can stop for that for now, yeah, because we have already brought some of the best models already. We have put the model together. The next thing is now to start operationalizing it. And I'm glad to say that KEPSA is willing to start working and taking over the platform so that we can continue developing it to the next level. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ari. Yes. Local solutions to local. We should not even go to see where to look for. We have issues everywhere, and we have innovative and creative and smart people around us. So let's make use of the resources that we have. So, Mosi, as we look forward, what are the key priorities? And here I'm looking at all of you. Probably just give us your last thoughts on looking forward. What are the key priorities for fostering a collaborative approach to innovation and entrepreneurship to achieve sustainable economic growth? So your thoughts, 2 minutes as we wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. I think I want us to just take a step back, because if you look at the Kenyan innovation ecosystem, and I think I like what Joram was saying about going to other countries. So we've had the privilege of actually visiting other African countries and looking at their enterprise quality in terms of products and services, and also how government is supporting the startup and SME ecosystem in those different countries. And one thing that we picked back up was how Kenya is very fortunate to have a robust and established innovation ecosystem, where we actually have a progressive government that is taking into consideration the different policies and also how to develop different outfits, whether it's a funding agency or even like now strengthening the Kenya National Innovation Agency to support more of the startup and SME ecosystem. And one key thing that we always have to fall back on is the Vision 2030. So the reason why that was set up was to cast a vision that was going to challenge not only government itself, but even private sector, academia, and other ecosystem actors to think beyond their own confinement or their own individual spaces. If you look at how the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project was formulated, this was done in partnership with the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry together with World Bank. But they didn't do it alone. They brought in other diversified stakeholders, and that's why we're sitting here on a panel whereby we have Startup Savannah was looking at international linkages and acceleration. You have ITATU that was driving on the aspect of student innovation. And then also, of course, if you look at the component that is called SKIES, the SKIES project is looking at strengthening intermediaries in Kenya. And of course, we had the KIEP to 50+ that actually was disbursing capital to the SMEs. But now, also, if you look at the role that ASSEK was playing, was to ensure that all these different project components and all this impact is anchored within an umbrella body to ensure that the institutional memory is retained in the Kenyan ecosystem, again, to reduce data leakage to happen. So some of the things that we're really looking forward to as an outlook beyond is, one, how can we converge data amongst all the different ecosystem actors? I always like thinking about sharing data, like looking at a newspaper. Everyone will buy, for example, a certain newspaper, but what you take out of the newspaper is very different. Others are going in the lens of an investment, others are looking for political news, others are looking at where the cars are being sold. So there are different needs that are being served by just one portal of data. And as an ecosystem, if we can start to trust one another, and that's why such convenings are important, then we can start to share data. The reason why we need to aggressively move towards that is, remember, the challenges are actually becoming even more complex. As the ecosystem in Kenya is growing, I know Kenya now has been declared, I think, lower middle income economy, meaning there are certain things that now become even complex when we're supporting the startup and growth of SMEs and startups. For ESOs, it even becomes even more complicated, because now they have to focus on their own business model before they now bring in another community of entrepreneurs to provide that kind of support. So data becomes very critical in terms of seeing how to work together. The other thing also looking at is hub specialization. And that's why even in the presentation, we're looking at how can we create a value chain of support. Can we have entrepreneur support organizations that are only looking at early stage entrepreneurs? Others are looking at growth stage. Others are looking at those that need scale up and investment support. Others are looking at how to build teams for sustainability. Others are looking at tax and compliance. And this year we're able under our project to convene, and I'm really happy that Nairobi County government is here with us. Thank you so much for coming. We actually had a policy dialogue looking at disaster resilience and management. We do not have any hub or among the ASSEK network that is focusing on that. Yet there's huge potential and also a lot of funding that is geared towards that. So have specialization, looking at data, and finally, the critical aspect also is to look at the aspect of markets. How can we tap into existing platforms, whether both digital or also physical, to really scale all these different initiatives? But the underlying thing is that we must be skilled in attending, in just being able to address some of these emerging issues. And that's why through the capacity building program, and we'll be sharing our impact report tomorrow, we adopted an EMPRETEC model that has been tested by the World Trade Organization under the UN, and that has built the capacity of Kenyan innovation leaders and managers to think about product innovation, because we also have to think about how can we improve on those technical aspects before we go even into the customer. So there's a lot of initiatives that are happening, but it's always about how can we collaboratively work together and ensure that we're driving towards achieving the Vision 2030 as well.
Thank you, Marcy. Well said, well said. A minute for each and every one of my panelists. I'm being signaled here. So probably can just give us some of the key priorities looking forward, Camilla, and then we go to David and we finish up with Jackson.
So I'd like to just build up on what just Mercy said and what was mentioned many, many times starting the early morning today, is building the community and supporting and fostering the networks. And there are many very vibrant networks in Kenya, but just finding those ways of collaboration between them. And I really like the idea of getting out of your comfort zone and going to speak to the person who you don't know. So just this is a wish for me, like from my side, is to going out there and finding the ways those networks can meet each other, get to know each other, and then in the future collaborate and build the better future for Kenya.
Thank you. Building a community, David?
For me, just a few things. I think one is just that we need to be intentional about our collaborations. That's really critical. And then secondly, and also thinking about the ESOs that are here, we sometimes compete a lot. But we should have a spirit of competition, right? Where by working together, we can unlock more funding and not just think, I can just do it by myself, or I need to build just my brand alone. And sometimes, I think sometimes we tell entrepreneurs one thing, and us as ESO leaders or ESOs, we do the exact opposite. In the sense that we tell them what would it when they're fundraising, right? Is it good that you hold 100% of a 100K company or 10% of $1 billion business, right? But sometimes we don't think about it ourselves when we are building networks and partnerships. So I think we need to start taking more the dose of our own prescriptions, right? And I think we will do better. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So being intentional in collaboration, not competition. You are as strong as your network. Dr. Gatune, your last words on key priorities for fostering a collaborative approach to innovation?
For me, right now we are saying we are in the cusp of a huge transformation. The world is going to change in ways that we may not yet know. Because on the one hand, we are talking of the green transition. We're also talking about digital transition, which are basically changing how we order our lives, how businesses, how everything is done. And at a global level, you can already see there is China. US is obviously trying to nick up China in the process and everyone. But we are also changing because reducing reliance. So there's something called friendshoring. How do you bring your supply chains nearer? Right now you have even seen US starting to put up together corridors. So what I'm saying is that there are new opportunities opening up as this new global order changes. And the question is, how do we, because we have to be innovative about how to reinsert ourselves as things are rearranged, as we go to whatever new platform economies, green transition. And I think we really need to start thinking of how we can build open innovation platforms, involve universities, involve students, and even start thinking of a Juakali, because sometimes when we think of all this we are talking here, I don't think we have any person from Juakali here. But Juakali is 70% of our economy, of our industry, 70 to 80%. And they're innovators. They're actually innovating in their own ways. They might not know it, but sometimes they actually do it. They do even go to the internet, come up with things and so on. But there's a limit to what they can do, because much as they try, they don't have the education, they don't have the know-how. The question is, how do we develop even models to engage this informal sector and try to see, not the word formal, I don't want to see formalizing, because the formalizing also means other things, but trying to engage them and trying to see how do we drive innovation in them, how do we let even students see that as areas for innovation, even people here, how do we work? Because they have a business model that is working, but we don't have yet a model how to bring what is the Juakali in. And yes, Juakali, yeah. So for now, I'll say that.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. Real opportunities. So we open up models to have inclusivity. So Jackson, your last thoughts on this area of priorities for fostering collaboration approach?
Thank you, Cecilia. I think for me, I want to say we need to keep the entrepreneur at the center of the discussion. I think a lot of times it's like you go out here and you take an Uber and you get the feeling the Uber driver is giving you a ride. It's his music, it's a map he wants to use. He wants to tell you all the stories of how bad things are. And I think if at the ecosystem we keep the entrepreneur at the center, what is it the entrepreneur needs? It's not just about money. Is it markets? Is it mentorship? I think if we start with that, because when you look at almost all programs, we start sometimes with a top-up approach instead of the bottoms-up. So we need to ask ourselves, are we keeping the entrepreneur at the center of the discussion? And how does that move him forward, even as we try to collaborate so that we don't get lost in that discussion?
Thank you very much. Has it been an informative session? Yes? Thank you very much, panelists, for at least for the focus on the importance of a unified approach to fostering a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation in Kenya, and emphasizing how collaboration among stakeholders can propel national economic agenda. So we will stop the conversation here now, but it can continue later, even during the breaks. Let's keep conversing. Collaboration is key, as mentioned. Let's see ourselves more as collaborators than competitors. Thank you very much. That's our time for now. Thanks.
I'm being reminded by Cecilia, picha ya Miss Kenya iko na bei. So we'll send the invoice to Mercy. Okay, as they stand there, let's give them their appreciation. I showed you what we are supposed to do. Just stand here. We took some tea, right? So our hands stretched up to the skies. Let's shake. 1, 2, 3. Good, again. Naona watu wa Nyayo bado wako hapa. 1, 2, 3. And then the last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Cecilia. Thank you, Camila. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Dr. Gatune, and Jackson. Thank you. Looking sharp. We'll now get to hear from Nyawira Maina, Country Corporate Manager, Little Cab, part of our sponsors for the event, as she tells us about innovating around mobility. Nyawira, the stage is all yours. Let's appreciate her as she comes on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning or afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start that again. Beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen. Good afternoon. Now, my mother calls me Sunshine. My friends call me Favored. But my official M-Pesa name is Nyawira Maina. I will be your speaker for the next 10 to 15 minutes. My aim is not to bore you, to put a smile on your face, to change the perception of Mr. Kinyanjui, who used my competitor's name, and hope that you can be able to change the conversation. As mentioned earlier, my name is Nyawira. I am the country corporate manager of a beautiful organization known as Little Ride. It's the first Kenyan hailing application. All right? So, Brian, we can get into my presentation so that I can get the guys going. Do I just click on the clicker? Brian, is it a tech thing? All right, so my presentation today will be more interactive. I am hoping to be able to engage you, so it'll be not very one-sided. But Christmas has come early, and it's December time. So I would ask you politely, put your phones up while looking at me, just for 1 second. All right, so let the phone look at me. Okay. So in 3, 2, 1, you will put your phone on the table. Put it on the table, not on your laps. Put the phone on the table. And if your neighbor looks at it, tell them Nyawira is watching. Like I say, December has come early. This will test mentality and agility because I have a giveaway for you. In 10 seconds, I will put for you something on the screen. Whoever gets it first, my team members, you're not allowed to participate in this game because you know it. Whoever gets it first and says it seamlessly, you get a beautiful giveaway from me. All right? So I will show the screen, and if somebody is looking at their phone, tell them Nyawira is saying. In 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, done. Show of hands who can read it to me fluently. First person, let's go. Speak it out. Quickly. Let's go, let's go. Actually, let me walk in the audience. Yes, sir?
A synonym for a cinnamon is a synonym.
Out. Next person. Yes, sir? I hope the screens are not showing. I only need 3 people. Yes, sir?
All right, a synonym for us.
Is that how you speak? Quickly.
A synonym for a cinnamon is a cinnamon synonym.
Out. Next person. One last person. One person. Over here. All right, give you a chance. Let's go, sir. By now, you've already mastered how you speak. Let's go. Let's go, sir.
A synonym.
Out.
Cinnamon.
The last person here. So let's go. Let's go. I have only 10 minutes. Let's go.
A synonym for cinnamon is
out. Now let me teach you the trick to this thing. You say it like you're twanging. A synonym for a cinnamon is a cinnamon synonym. Synonym for a cinnamon is a cinnamon synonym. A synonym for a cinnamon is a cinnamon Clap for yourselves for participating. There might be another giveaway in the end, so stay tuned. All right? So this is what my presentation will highlight. In presentations, I think it's very for you to have a setting so that by the time I finish, you will have been aligned with what I want to say. An introduction of little. Apologies for the chairs. You cannot see at the bottom, but I'm guessing the screens can. I will also give you some statistics because information without data is basically emotions. So unique selling points on why I'm here, and then finally, how you can be able to reach out to me. Now, the topic is about innovation and mobility. And I want to tell you what innovation has done and what it is doing on the roads. Every single day, 180,000 trips are on the road, regardless of either a hailing company or a non-hailing company. 180,000 people are ferried every day. Every day, 100,000 drivers are on the road in specifically Kenya. This governs through all the cities and the towns that we are in. There's the hailing and non-hailing option. Hailing is what we do. Little, the black competitor, the green one, the one with a logo for a horse. I'm sure you know them. Then there's the non-hailing, those ones who've refused to conform into technology. This is the data that basically determines how innovation is being brought together with mobility. Why us? We are currently the largest organization that caters to corporate clients. I can proudly sit and stand here that we do have a corporate option that caters to 1,984 organizations. Our footprint currently as an organization is in 5 different countries, and we cover 6 different towns. Availability of drivers, we share amongst different platforms. We're currently at 100,000. Most people know little just for taxi services, but we've been able to morph and offer much, much more. Things such as deliveries, groceries, utility, supermarket shopping, shuttle services, VIP. I will agree that I do not take lion's share when it comes to retail. That is what you pay from point A to point B. But on the corporate division, we've been able to help organizations move from one point to another. Why? Because of what is making me stand here today. Technology and innovation. Did I mention that we are the first Kenyan hailing application in Kenya? If not, allow me to reiterate. It is the strength of technology that has been able to make us serve organizations such as this. But you ask yourself, why? Why is this important, and what do we basically have that is different? Brian, you can move to the Excel sheet. The first thing before that, my target states that where your today's challenges are met with tomorrow's solutions. Little is not a taxi company, but rather a fintech organization that creates solutions to the problems that you're facing. And the 3 things that I've written is what companies have challenges each and every day. You can move to the Excel sheet, Brian. First things first is reconciliation. And what we basically do is, what you can do is you can hover on the cell as I speak. So you can click on somewhere written trip ID. When you're able to use our platform, you can be able to download an Excel sheet that is extremely detailed as such. So you can move as I speak. It gives you an analysis of the name, the company email, the staff number. Brian, move as I speak. The mobile number, the supervisor's number, the department. You can continue. And reconciliation is important because in your office you have so many box files. People bring receipts for you to reconcile. You have too much and too much information. If you can continue further on, I would like to show you something that organizations enjoy. That with our system and our technology, you can continue, we give you something that is called an actual pickup and drop off. That the technology tells you where somebody sent in the request and where they actually even finished. You can continue as well, gives you an analysis of the time, the distance, amount that an employee has taken. Technology has been able to allow us to eradicate hard copy papers, box files, people coming to seek for approvals. Technology has been able to help us organizations translate this into soft. You can go back to my presentation as I explained the second bit. The second aspect is accountability and visibility. Most times organizations, when you are approving, when your employees are moving, you do not know where they are going. And with technology, what we've been able to do with Little is, if you can move to my other slide, we allow employees to seek for approval from you. Before they move from point A to point B, you can be able to see where they are going. On top of that, as an approver, which is something that we have, whereby employees cannot move without an approval system, we also be able to inform you where they want to go, where they want to be dropped, their vehicle category, and the reason for the meeting. Gone are the days that you're giving employees petty cash and expecting and hoping that they will go. With technology and us automating this in the mobility sector, we've been able to show you that you have the ability of where employees are going. To add on to that, security is a big thing for companies. And we have been able to power and partner with KK Security. Little is currently the only application that has a real-time security feature for both corporate and non-corporate clients. Click on the SOS button and KK Security sends a rescue unit to you in less than 2 minutes at no extra charge. On top of that, of our corporate feature and how we decided to merge with technology, we partnered with Britam Insurance, whereby if you lose your laptop, your phone, your gadget, or whatever it is, Britam compensates 150,000 shillings. This is the power of technology. This is how technology is bringing you closer as an organization and aiding your movement. You can go back to my presentation as I highlight the last thing. The last aspect, if you cannot be able to read, is cost savings. Everybody in the organization wants to save a penny. True or false? True or false? And what we can be able to do as an organization for you is that we are able to lock budgets per individual, per department, per corporate. To add on to that, we even created a feature that you can be able to lock a budget per day for an employee. This may sound stringent, but when you're starting a company, when you're running in a company, how to save a penny or becomes extremely, extremely important for you. I explained the SOS. The bulk bookings is also something that we do very efficiently, whereby you can book on behalf of people. And finally, we also have a scheduled booking. This is whereby you can be able to pre-plan your activities and your meetings prior. Ladies and gentlemen, for my presentation, if you would like to reach out more, scan this QR code and we will be able to get in touch with you. Thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure. 1 second, Sally. So I have the last one. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. The lady in the purple. But this one was quite easy. Let's see.
A proper coffee pot.
No, next person. This one I'm giving 3 chances only.
A proper copper coffee.
Out. Next person, the last one.
How many?
But he had said, let's go.
A proper copper coffee pot.
Who is that?
That is me.
I can't hear, sorry.
I already said it.
No, let's hear, quickly, let's hear.
A proper copper coffee pot.
Sorry?
A proper copper coffee pot.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. That has been my time.
Nawera, stay there, stay there, stay there. We have to give you a little appreciation.
Oh, thank you.
So now, people really liked the Moi clap, but that was a good job.
Thank you.
So we'll do it with swag. Because this is the premier Kenyan car healing app. So, this is how we'll do it. You'll go vroom, 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 clap, clap, clap. Mona, you do it with some swagger. Mona, you know where even the way she's looking. See, she's doing the thing. Eh? So the clap also has to do the sawa. So it's vroom, 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 clap, clap, clap. Come on, when you're old school. Just drive how you drive. To each their own. Sawa. We'll do it 3 times. 1, let's go. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Clap, clap. Swag. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Clap, clap. Swag. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Clap, clap, clap. Hey, good job. Yeah. So good to see you. Same here. I know people, we grew up together, which is why I also had to make sure my neighbor gets a good clap. All right. So we're getting into our fireside chat before we heat things up for the afternoon. And this one will be led by Manasseh Miruka, who is a startup enterprise development expert. So as he's coming, the fireside, the luo in me. Fireside chat is going to be titled Startup Rising, Leveraging Experiences to Build More Resilient and Sustainable Startups. So we'll do this for 30 minutes. Manasseh, no pressure. Yeah. So we'll do this for 30 minutes, so till around 1:25 p.m. Let's clap for Manasseh as he's coming onto stage.
Much easier. Good afternoon. I'm standing between you and your lunch. So either you cooperate or I delay the lunch. But I won't do that. I'll be very quick. So I'm going to call my panelists as they come up. I also want you to think about something very briefly. Amelia, you're in the house. Amelia, Kenny, and Donald. Just the 3 of you. Amelia Hopkins. Oops, and oops. She was here. She was around. Get her from her stand, hopefully. Come on in, Kenny. Donald. Karibuni sana. While you are, she's over there. Amelia, karibu. While you are doing that, think about startup rising. What is that supposed to mean, really? Because the definition is not in the dictionary, right? And I want to tell you a story. How many of us know about the bumblebee? Bumblebee. If you don't know the bumblebee, go to your phone, look at Google Images, and open it now. The bumblebee. Because there's a story around the bumblebee. You got it? Anybody with a bumblebee? First person to get it will get a gift from Little. You don't have it. You have it, right? Look at the picture. Somebody can describe to us the features of the bumblebee. 3 things you'd notice. Hi, Robert. Yes. It has strips. What else? Just shout it. Yellow in color. What else? What do you see? It's our antennas. Sorayakazi. There's something else. 2 things very important about the bumblebee. Okay, look at the body. It's fat. Look at the wings. How big are the wings? So compare the body and the wings and tell me, what can the bumblebee do? Can it fly? With those tiny wings? With that big body? So it has been proven and even demonstrated aerodynamically, the bumblebee should not even fly. That's a fact of science, right? Big body, small wings, and you expect it to fly? But unfortunately, nobody told that to the bumblebee, so it decided to actually fly. So startup rising is bumblebees flying with tiny wings, big bodies, big heads. Welcome to our short session. It's going to be very short. My name is Manasseh Miruka, and, well, I work in the ecosystem. The rest you can find on my LinkedIn page. As I'm going to introduce my panelists as well, Amelia Hopkins of Somo Africa. Please look for her on LinkedIn. followed by Donald Odhiambo of Tectona Group. Find him on LinkedIn. And then Dr. Kenny. Please find them on LinkedIn. You have your phones. Don't open them now, but they're on LinkedIn. Welcome, panelists. So this is about startup rising, and as we have said, startups are the engine of Kenya's ecosystem innovation. If you think about innovation, why are we in this room talking about startups? Some earlier asked, how many startups are in the room? Founders? A show of hands? Real founders. What about the rest of us? Who are we? Who are we? So what are ESOs? What are ESOs? Eh? Are they the bumblebees? ESOs are actually startups. Do you consider yourselves startups? Now you can say yes. Because if you are not the vehicle that the startup is using to reach their destination, then what are you doing? Are you a good driver? Are you driving the people to their destinations? Those are questions they're going to ponder in a minute. So I'm going to ask my panelists to talk briefly about what they have experienced in building two things: resilience and sustainability of startups. Their own experiences. They are ESOs and they're also startups. So what have they experienced in this field? So my first question, which is quickly going to be answered by Amelia, is how she has seen startups that struggle, startups that have succeeded, reach scale, if possible, through your work at Somo.
Can you hear me now? Awesome. Well, thank you for the question. So looking at the startup ecosystem, I think just to back up maybe a little bit from that question, I think one of the things that we've seen over the last few years, especially in Kenya and more broadly looking at East Africa and the continent, is that we have been focused on building startups in this way of like, how do we get them to this high growth? How do we get them to reach 1 million people tomorrow? How do we get this lots of VC funding into them in a model that doesn't always work for where our startup ecosystem is? And so that question about growth is always an interesting one to me, because I think we need to definitely build businesses that have the potential to grow and have the potential to create meaningful jobs through that growth. But before that, we need to build businesses that are actually sustainable and actually can create those meaningful jobs at a small scale first. And so how do we build that base first? How do we ensure we have these strong businesses that can be sustained through, stuff like COVID or flooding that happened earlier this year or political instability? Whatever it might be, how do we ensure these businesses continue? So our work at Somo is focused very much on your micro to small business. How do we build businesses that are creating meaningful jobs in their communities, specifically focused on informal urban communities and rural communities? And then how do we get some percentage of those businesses to start to grow? So what we define as growth is now you're employing more than 10 people. So an example of a business that we work with is a business called Dospim. Miriam's the founder, and she's based in Kilifi County. And she's based in rural Kilifi, and she started with Somo in 2022, where she entered a training program with us, both through our digital training and then going through our more hands-on boot camp. Miriam is now employing directly 48 people, so that's full-time and part-time jobs. She started with Somo when she was only generating 5,000 shillings in monthly revenue. She's now generating 480,000 Kenya shillings in monthly revenue. So that's a huge, huge growth if you look at what she's done in the last 2 years with Somo. She's able to employ people along this value chain, collecting waste and then starting to now make byproducts and make value from this waste, focused on plastic waste in Kilifi County. And with that, she's also cleaning up the environment. So she's right now recycling 3,400 kgs of plastic waste in a month. and that started with just a few hundred kgs when she first started with Somo. So that's the type of business we're looking for. You know, Miriam's from the community she's working in. She's a young person who is building a business that's impactful and creating meaningful jobs in her community. She's not doing something, though, that's never been done before, right? She is collecting waste. She's making products out of plastic waste. This is done in other parts of the world. She's now building a tool to start to digitize that so that this can become more efficient. And building technology around that, as well as utilizing technology that Somo has built to be able to better track her business through tools like our DigiKua and Somo and Bless platform that allow you to track and also build out an investment dashboard to be able to access external financing. So what all this story of Miriam and building DoSpan is to share is that sometimes we don't need to look for the next innovative idea that's never been done before. We need to look for an entrepreneur that is committed to a problem and a problem they know deeply in their community, and how do we now give that person the resources, the knowledge, the financing, the access to markets that are needed to be able to build that business successfully. And so I think picking that individual, that person who is passionate and ready to learn, they might not know everything right now, but they're ready to learn and they're committed to building these solutions. And then how do we provide, as ESOs, the support structures that they need to be able to get to that next place? Then looking at that from like an ecosystem perspective, how do we now build a pipeline between different programs? So how do we go from the support she's received at Somo now to building that into other support systems throughout the ecosystem and ensure that she's not becoming dependent on one program, but she can continue to grow as she receives additional support, and she can also come back into this ecosystem and provide that support as well as an entrepreneur who's been able to build a successful, sustainable business that is creating meaningful jobs. So yeah, my opinion is we need to build that base first. How do we make sure we're building sustainable businesses? How do we make sure we're investing in the right committed entrepreneurs? How are we utilizing data to be able to do that? And how do we then work together as an ecosystem to make sure we're putting resources into the businesses and the entrepreneurs that are going to use it for the best possible purposes?
Thank you, Amelia. So it is about access to resources, connecting them to the ecosystem of support, and at the passion in the entrepreneur himself or herself, because if the entrepreneur doesn't have the passion to learn, what are they going to achieve? Very little. Thank you so much for that. So I'm picking just on that, and Donald is an entrepreneur, Tectona Group, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about the challenges that startups face and how this can be effectively addressed through shared experiences. Donald.
Thank you so much for this panel discussion. Maybe before I address the issue of challenges, I wish to maybe just pick up something you said in the earlier question where you talked about successful and struggling startups. So I've been asking myself, what is a successful startup? How does success look like for a startup? How do we classify a struggling startup? And this is a question that because it's going to build on what about the learnings. We find that when a startup maybe raises X amount of money, everyone is very happy, and then when things appear not to be looking good as the way they expect, then there's always the story changes, So as an ecosystem, I'm very keen on how we define how success looks like for a startup, both from startup perspective and as an ecosystem. Because a startup, let's say I want to give 3 scenarios, and if you allow me, because these are fireside chat, I'm going to engage 1 or 2 startups. I'm going to give 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 is a startup X has raised maybe 200 million within 2 years, and then they close shop on the 3rd year. Startup, the second one, startup X, has not raised anything. They are in business for like 5 years, and they are still pushing. And then the last one has not raised anything. They have been in business also, let's say, for 4 years, they are doing well operationally, they are able to sustain whatever they are doing, they are making profit. Out of these three scenarios, which one would we call is an unsuccessful startup? So that's a question to maybe to any of the startup in the room. So one, maybe I can repeat my question. One has raised, and then within 2 years, they're out of business, but they have raised a lot of money, right? And then another one has not raised a lot of money. They are struggling. They appear to be struggling, or things are not working for them as per your perspective, but they are still 4 years, they are still in the game, right? And then we have another one that they have not raised, or maybe they don't intend to, but for some reason they appear to be doing well, making profit as per what they communicate out there. So I wish to know which one, how do we classify these three scenarios? Any startup in the room?
Startups in the room, you raised your hands, and all of us are startups.
So which one is a successful, which one is a struggling, and which one is unsuccessful? Or maybe there's a word which was used earlier, they have failed.
So there are
Any
two
startup in the
definitions
room,
there.
please?
There are two definitions that Donald is asking for, success and failure. Then we'll define those terminologies. Yes, Robert. Yeah.
I'd go with B.
Startup B.
It sounded like it has, it's taken a long time to fail. So that is why I think it is the one that is the failure. For me, if you are a startup, you fail quickly, or you take off.
So startup B, the second one is
the one that is
which word? I don't want to use. Which word are you using? You said it has failed.
Robert called that the walking dead.
So for me, failure is the walking dead, because
Yes.
ideally, if you're talking about a startup is, it's something that it's high growth, fast growth, rapid, upward trajectory. So I like the first one, which went all out and failed, because startups are built to create a business model or to prove the null hypothesis that this business model we thought we were going to work with can't work. Prove it, shut down. Move on to other things, And then the second one, it seems like it's just going on forever. It's not profitable. It's not making losses. It's kind of in between. And then the third one, you said it's profitable and it's doing well. So to me, the failure is obviously the second one.
The second one. Okay.
Because this experiment has got no end. There's no hypothesis, and there's nothing we're testing.
So
it's just existing.
And which one is a successful one?
The other two. The one that set out to prove a hypothesis and proved the hypothesis wrong, so it shut down. The third one, which is profitable, so it's proving that and get out of the way. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Not stay on the treadmill. I think that's what Robert is saying, that if you are a startup and you're on the treadmill, you're proving very little. Okay. Donald.
All right. So maybe, so the point I think I'm trying to drive home from my experience is sometimes, experience is tend to be a personal concept, because I'm sure if you ask someone else, they will tell you something else. Someone would argue that the one that has stayed for maybe 5 years or 4 but has not raised, but they're very resilient. For them, the fact that maybe to them how they define success is totally different from how Robert would look at it. So it's more of like a personal concept, and that can vary from one person to another. Someone would say, for me, I think I'm doing well because I'm able to, I've now understood this. The learnings that I've seen over time, they have enabled me to be a better person, personal experiences and all that. So it's a conversation that we can start, and it cannot end. So from my experience, I think having a clarity on how success looks like for you as a startup, I think has really been helpful, because there are days when things appear not to be working, but in that scenario, maybe if you are going through some financial challenges, you need to redefine how success looks like for you. And then once you achieve them, you can give a pat on your back, and then you keep on moving, you know. And so for me, I think that is very, is one thing that I've really learned in the process. And as an ecosystem, again, we need to also try to some sort of have a way of the bare minimum, or at least have a common understanding of how success looks like for us as an ecosystem, and then try to engage also various startups to have clarity on how success would look like. As much as we may have different perspective on this, so I think that's key. And the same also goes a long way, also to add on the question you asked, also around sustainability, building sustainable startup. Again, if you look at sustainability, if we ask also each one of us here to define what is a sustainable startup, we are going to define it from so many angles. We have pillars of sustainability. Some people will look at it from maybe profit making. Some people will be keen on environmental aspect of it. If it is maybe a digital solution, they will be looking at it in terms of, am I using green technology to build my startup? So we also need the definition of sustainability, sometimes also tend to be broad. And for startups, it's a process, not rather checklist. So as you are even trying to support startups, maybe with funding and all this, it should not just be a checklist where you must achieve 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the bare minimum for a startup to be considered as sustainable? And then how do we help them towards achieving that? So that when it comes to that point where you are saying how many sustainable startups do we have, we are able to say as much as, yes, we have maybe a checklist of like 11. It could be financial or operational, community sustainability, depending on which sector you are. We are able to at least say, empower startups towards sustainability by making it more of like a process. So even as an ecosystem, I think we need to harmonize, we need to standardize what sustainability looks like. Of course, try to align this with the global priorities, countries' priorities, and things like that. And then, as we mentor these startups, we just have the checklist. It may be long, but we say this one is very key, and then we integrate this one in our incubation programs. I think that's all.
Thank you, Donald. And you're wondering about those definitions. You have said so many of them, and yet we don't have a definition, do we? What is success? What is failure? We have two definitions of success and failure. I will ask Catherine. She's not even looking at me. She doesn't know I'm going to ask her this question. To define success. Catherine Dungu, what is success? She didn't expect that. The reason I'm asking that question is because Donald said that there are so many definitions and yet there are no definitions. Right? That's the big challenge for startups. Can you define success for us?
Now you've put me on the spot, but success is very personal. We say success is very personal, and it is the outcome of the goals that you want to achieve. It's once you achieve them, the results that you get, and that is what most people define as success. But I think it's very personal.
Success is what? Personal. Donald, definition number 1. Clarified? Success is personal. How you want to define your success will depend on the goals that you've set. Just give that definition because it will come to help us later on.
Maybe just one thing to add on that.
Yes.
Again, sometimes startups tend to confuse impact and success. Because, impact, there has to be an aspect of evidence and things like that. As much as success, yes, it may be personal, but impact is also very key that you really also understand how it looks like. Because if you don't know how success looks like, then probably you could be rewarding failure. So it's very, very key that
Absolutely.
Those 2 terms are clear.
He's still bringing more definitions, but I'll ask somebody to define failure. Before we do that, Dr. Kenny, we talk about sharing experiences at the grassroots. Remember, you are ESOs. You are here as the vehicles that bridge the success of the startup with their goals. That is the work of the ESO. If you don't deliver that, then you are stopping midway. So how can startups who go through our ESOs share experiences of success to help build sustainability and resilience?
No problem. I got it. Yeah. Thank you for the question. And yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's a good question. It's about how do the folks in this room who define themselves as startups, the people who go through ESOs, now position themselves and say, you can learn from me. That really goes into the issue of learning capabilities. ESOs actually establishing the environment in which once, let's say someone is successful in whatever that looks like, and they are maybe stepping outside, let's say, the nest that is their ESO from their training, etc., how do they actually now amplify their messaging and also now maybe even give back to their sector or subsector to demonstrate that these are the steps we took and you can actually follow us. Obviously, we also understand many of entrepreneurs are working in a capitalist environment, so they might not be incentivized to say, follow me. This is exactly what I did. Here's my blueprint. So there's also that issue of saying that, is it for them to actually basically highlight that, or is it for the ESOs to say that through our training, through essentially our pipeline and all the capabilities we've been able to impart, and the things you've also brought, because don't get me wrong, it's not a one-way street. You don't come to us and then we're like, here's a playbook, here are all the tools. You are a founder, you are capable, and you come with a completely unique set of capabilities, and so does your team. So it's about also just basically creating and replicating as ESOs that environment to ensure that success, or at least whatever that may look like, can be replicated and can be sustainable and resilient going forward. So I'd say, how do you amplify that message? I mean, you have all the traditional channels, you can have your marketing, you can have your LinkedIn, etc. But I think the most important thing is to say that, as we also have people like Little here, is to say that as Kenyans, consumers, I think there's also a tradition of culture. Do we celebrate our own, and how do we celebrate them? In various subsectors, how does that actually occur? And so I think when it comes down to it, I'd say the burden would be too heavy for us to put on one ESO or a group of companies to say that you should also tell us how to. It should be also to say that in a space like this, in a forum like ASSEK, we also celebrate them. We also amplify, how did you do it? And I think that is also that's about private initiative, that is about collective action amongst our community, because at the end of the day, entrepreneurs are just business people who are trying to make an idea that they believe is going to be successful, reach fruition. And whatever that fruition is now maybe the success point. So I'd say when it comes down to making noise and really being heard, I'd say the incentive, I think, lies on both sides. The trainers, the ESOs in the room, and of course also the folks, if they are willing to give a ladder to others to know how they did it, then I think that's where it sits.
Thank you. So community of entrepreneurs, community of startups, coming together. There's something in our training, for those of us who've gone through the Empratech training, we call it buddy groups. And buddy groups is the place where entrepreneurs share experiences every so often. Once they've gone through the training, they come back, meet each other, and ask the questions. How has it been for you? What challenges have you faced? How have you overcome those challenges? And so a buddy group system is one way of talking about experience sharing. It works because there are over 40,000. Let's continue a little bit and look at some of the practical strategies that can be adopted by startups to overcome resource limitations, for example, and or maintain long-term sustainability. Maybe we start from you, Almelia.
Microphones are a little finicky. Here we go. Okay, so overcoming resource limitations. Okay, so I think one of the things is, again, kind of going back to that initial stage, how do we transition businesses from an informal state to a more formal state to be able to access financing? And with that, you know, looking at, so SOMO specifically works with businesses coming from an underbanked space to how do we now get those businesses not just bankable, but also investable by different commercial investors. But if you look at the majority of MSMEs, you know, most of them are your micro to maybe small, but mostly micro businesses. They're running pretty informal operations, and those businesses are just not going to be able to access the financing that is out there. If you look at the financing that is available right now, you have your like micro lending, a lot of it through mobile lending platforms. It has extremely quick turnarounds. It has extremely high interest rates, and it's usually very small amounts of money that I don't know any business that can really grow and build a successful business off of that. You then have your like SME investors that want more established businesses. They want a credit history that they're looking at. They want previous investors on the table. And then you have your banks where, again, you need a credit history, you need collateral, you need all these things that if you're looking at the majority of businesses in Kenya or in East Africa, they're just not going to have a lot of those set up for their business. So I think what we need to create is more of a system for how do we get businesses from this underbanked space or informal space to be able to access more formal forms of capital. And so we need forms of capital that fill that gap. So just to give an example of what we do at SOMO, we utilize data and social relationships to be able to build an alternative credit scoring system. And we utilize this credit scoring system to then be able to finance businesses that fall into that space. And so how we do this, we pull data through real-time tools that are collecting financial and impact data on our businesses. These tools use the technology our entrepreneurs are already utilizing, so things like USSD, WhatsApp, and they build out financial records for our entrepreneurs. They also build out visual profiles for them, for investors to be able to see. And they also build out this aggregated weighted credit scoring system that we use then for financing. So this score incorporates financial data, it incorporates impact data, it incorporates social data, so both from their community and the community we've built at SOMO, where they're getting scores from other peer entrepreneurs, coaches, and entrepreneur leads at SOMO. And that score then helps us to determine who we're going to finance and how we're going to finance them over time. And so we provide some of that capital that then helps them to start to build out that credit history, helps them start to connect with banks. And we work with certain banks. So we work with DTB, we work with Standard Charter, we work with KCB to start to build out how do we now make them investor ready to be able to access the more commercial capital post the initial financing that SOMO provides. So I think that initial stage of how do you get businesses some of the resources they need to start and grow to a certain level that now they can access the existing forms of capital that are in the market.
Thank you so much, because it's about investor readiness, but formalizing the business is the first step. And formal business can actually reach out to formal sources of finance or blended sources of finance. I think that's very key. And so just continue with that. Maybe Donald, your thought around strategies that can be utilized to bring these collaborations and continuous learning by startups.
Okay, when it comes to strategies, so I think we have a number of startup founders and managers here, and if you get the authentic story behind what goes on in the kitchen, live around the living room where guests and maybe sometimes staff spend a lot of time, if they tell you what's actually happening, there's so much that you can pick from them that can actually help startups build resilience on how to, navigate through all that. There are things that I didn't know when I started a business, and I had to learn the hard way. Sometimes, they say it gets very lonely, but you ask yourself, I started this, so I have to keep on moving. So I think one of the ways is just creating a forum where we get the authentic stories and knowledge sharing from those who have been in the kitchen, And there are things that sometimes you are struggling even to pay bills, how do you call it, rent, salaries or something. And to the rest of the world, you are just okay, They see you moving around, you have to show up anyway, So for me, I think much has been said, and I think there are better strategies than even what I would say, or even my colleagues here. But I think for me, the most important thing, in addition to that, we need a forum where we get the authentic stories of what is happening, and share this with both experienced startups and the upcoming ones, so that they know, we prepare them what happened.
Stakeholders. Dr. Kenny, on the same.
Yes. Just to add to what's been said already, I'll talk about, and something maybe I missed when I first answered the first initial question, is mentorship. I think you touched on it when it comes to all the basically pods and cohorts you mentioned, and sometimes you do find that there are some ESOs or there are some leaders amongst us when it comes to our actual basically businesses here that are startups who will go through mentorship courses, who will speak to people who have walked the walk and done everything in between to say that I can impart. However, when it comes now to strategies to encourage continuous learning, first it's about the incentivization. Many folks may come with a dream, but they don't actually get to see it because they're not maybe able to walk all the way through, and that's why ESOs sit in this space. We basically create the right training to ensure that eventually, one, we meet you where you are. We want to ensure that, one, we give you the tools when it comes to your finance, when it comes to your business, your organizational development, name it. Where you are is where we should meet you. It shouldn't be here, one size fits all, the silver bullet. It should be actually, okay, let us now do your diagnostic and find out what you require to actually reach where you want to be it A, B, C, D, wherever that point is, that is your so-called success. Once we meet you there, it is our job to ensure that if it is capital that you're looking for, if it is human resources you're looking for, maybe you're saying, I'm actually in a great place. I've been doing this for 5, 6 years. My revenue looks amazing. My problem is I can't get into the Ugandan market. How do I do that? So it is for us to say that when it comes to building continuous learning, it's about making sure you have mentorship. We are giving you the right amount of training. We're putting you in the rooms such as this, where you are actually even meeting our so-called competitors, but we're all one big happy family here. But to say that maybe my ESO doesn't address things the way you guys do, maybe Sandbox, maybe Somo, maybe another organization would be in a better place, and that's why I think when we have this kind of forum, it really helps. And then, of course, I think when it comes down to now really encouraging continuous learning, it's to really say that, what is your motive? Because everyone has different motivations. So when it comes to motivations, it's about making sure that you are actually also capturing, when you're doing your training, you're actually capturing the essence of that to ensure that they're getting rewards from all the activities that they're doing. But when it comes to continuous learning, it never ends.
Thank you, Dr. Kenny. It's about continuous learning. It's also about mentorship. It's about motivating entrepreneurs or startups to engage both inside the ESO and outside. I only want to pick one critical action startups and or the ecosystem plus the stakeholders in the entire ecosystem. One action from each of us, yeah? What one action do you think we should take to ensure startups are better equipped to thrive in this rapidly changing environment? Just one action.
Whether we're calling them startups, entrepreneurs, business owners, to the table with the ESOs. I think way too often we have these discussions in forums where it's just ESOs or it's just the investors. And the startup, the businesses, sorry, now I'm getting mixed up with the words. The business owners are not actually there at the table talking about what they need, what their challenges are. And so creating those spaces as much as possible, both for those that we've talked about of like success cases, but also those that have struggled and why they think their business had failed and where an ESO can actually be beneficial to their business. So I think more spaces where we actually invite those ESOs to the table, where they're sitting on a panel along with us and talking about their experience, what has actually led to them becoming more resilient and sustainable, or what has led to them failing as a business. And I think that those spaces are what's necessary.
Donald, your action.
Okay. For me, I think it's about the mental resilience. I think for a startup, even while in your incubation programs or ideation phase, I think there has to be some level of preparedness in terms of preparing the startups to understand that sometimes it can really get mental, and it needs someone who can actually withstand the pressure that comes with all that. So for me, I think mental resilience in all aspects, but I think also we need to focus also on the aspect of mental resilience, and also being adaptive and open to learning from the founders and the people who have been through all that. I think is also very key. Finding yourself in showing up in the right spaces. Sometimes even if you don't have resources, just showing up is the first step to actually winning. And finally, as we build the solution, we are seeing there it's written, the theme for this year is collaboration for impact. I think it's very, very key that we think of impact both as positive impact, which I think most of us tend to dwell on, and is what we are focusing on. But sometimes, if you are not keen, we realize like there's a negative impact of our solution. When you are a startup, or maybe it doesn't work, or maybe all of a sudden you close shop. You've raised X, you've given guys maybe solar panels, my grandmother in the village. What is, you need to think of what impact, negative impact does that have on the end users, on the customers, on all stakeholders. That for me, I think that is very, very key. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Kenny.
Yes, if there's one thing I would say to anyone who, when it comes to that diagnostic period, I would say make sure your solution addresses a need and you're not just creating a product. I think the most successful folks are the folks who say, okay, and I think when we, as Kenyans, when folks from this region, we can say there are needs. Our public sector does not cover all those needs, so there are many opportunities. So where those gaps exist, make sure you address a need. If you're just creating a product because maybe you have a passion for it, it may be a great product, but it might not be in any way, they say, taken up by the market because it is just essentially your own pet project. So I would say beyond an enabling environment created by the public sector, make sure you address a need. And I think in that space, if you're diligent and you have passion, inshallah, things work.
Things work well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for those wonderful thoughts and ideas. And so, just summarizing from your thoughts, having a platform, a forum where we can share these stories, having an impact story, right? And also thinking about the negative and the positive impacts that we create as an ecosystem. And finally, thinking about how our solutions fit with the problems in the marketplace. Whether we are startups or ESOs, are you fitting your solution to an existing problem, or is it something that you are doing deliberately to satisfy yourself, right? So let's tell the good stories going forward. So the final definition is